So hello and welcome to everybody. I would like to welcome you all at the Huxley conference here at EBS. And let's start with the thank yous, as always. Firstly, my greatest thanks go to our speakers. So thank you very much to Robin, to Paul, to Ville-Juhani, and to Märt. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to have you here. Secondly, I'd like to thank all our supporters who have contributed to the organization of this conference. And lastly, of course, I'd like to very much thank the team behind this. So Kadi, Kaie, Hardo, Tiit. There's always a lot of unseen work that goes into these things. So this conference also represents the opening of what you see on the screen, which is the International Aldous Huxley Center in Tallinn, which EBS and EBS, so the Estonian Business School, and the Edmund Burke Selts, or the Edmund Burke Society, are setting up together. And maybe in my introductory remarks, I'd just like to answer, I guess, the question of why Huxley, why humanities, why literature, and above all, why all of this in a business school? Because we are supposed to be dealing with things like management, like marketing, like finance, discounted cash flows, as we were discussing earlier. So why are we dealing with things which, in a way, are more societal and more humanities-related in nature? And I guess the answer to that is sort of three- or fourfold. It's about education as a whole. It's about the ability of people to think for themselves, because now that I at least am getting quite old, I see it's a commodity that is becoming more and more precious. But it's also about the self of sense and identity, which brings us directly back to Huxley. It is also about adaptability. And lastly, of course, it's about a new and a more hopeful vision. I'm not going to go into all the problems that the world is facing. They're very obvious to everybody who reads the press or who keeps themselves sort of informed about what happens in the world. But there is, I think, something much deeper going on here. That is not just the superficial. Well, actually, it's unfair to call them superficial. They're very real, be it in finance, be it in migration, be it in ecology, be it in geopolitics. There is something much more fundamental going on here, and we can't ignore the fact that in the last 200 years, the human population as a whole has basically grown from about 1 billion people to about 8 billion people. And whilst the human population has been increasing like this, all the other species in the world seem to be heading in the opposite direction. So, in that environment, I think that we need to be able to give our students, be they adults or be they young people, the ability to actually be able to make sense of all of this themselves. The second thing relates to the human being as a whole, which is that changes have happened in the world before over long time periods, but the next 50 years will probably see a re-evaluation, I guess, and a conscious, the stress being on the word conscious, re-evaluation of what it means to be a human being. And I'm not here talking just about AI, I'm also talking about the implication in the growth of our numbers and in the death of everything else around us. So we would consciously, I think, have to take a very close and hard look at what it actually means to be a human being. And that brings us to the question of a future vision. So back in the 90s and the 2000s, in this country, at least, there was a sense of hope. There was a sense of hope in the future. There was a hopeful vision. Nowadays, if you think about yourself or you think about your children and you think about the next 50 years, I mean, is hope and optimism really the first thing that comes to mind? Now, maybe there are some eternal optimists here for whom that's the case, but in my case, that's certainly not the case. It's rather a question of worry, uncertainty, and fear. And by being able to, I think, delve much more into the human identity and into humanities, and this brings us back to Huxley, I think it gives us a sort of grounding and a basis on which we're able to adapt to situations which are actually described, I think, by the title of the conference, which is when the unthinkable happens. I think it was a quote by Stalin that said that if you take away people's roots and identity, you can basically do anything with them. And I would hope that when students leave this establishment here, they don't just take away the latest skills in digital marketing or in cash flow analysis, but they're actually also on the way, at least, to being rounded human beings who have the self-confidence and the ability to adapt. And then, of course, why Huxley? Because there are lots of authors around the world, and we have a course on great books here at EBS, which is done by Hardo, which has investigated a great many of them. But the answer to that is that that not only do we very much like Huxley, but also because he's a very broad umbrella. So everything from social critique to the self to spirituality, you can at different phases of Aldous Huxley's life find in his writings. So it's a very broad church into which we can fit a lot of things. The second thing is that Huxley, for me at least, is extremely non-ideological. Because all these discussions, conservatives, liberals, globalists, populists, etc., these are words which are largely losing their meaning. So Huxley is a very non-ideological author for me, which again very much represents what I would hope both the school and the center would represent, which is a sense of tolerance and open exchange without people reaching for their gun or their knife before the other person has even opened their mouth. And then lastly, Huxley is a very human author. So not necessarily in the humanist sense, but just very humane and very individual focused. And that's something which, again, I would hope that in our effort to build a community of basically tolerant, intelligent, and open individuals around the school and around what will happen to the campus here later is something that we seek to do. And with that, I would stop. I'm actually ahead of time, which is very, very rare. And thank you, one, for coming. Thank you to everybody who's watching this online. And I think I give the floor to Hardo now. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. My name is Hardo Pajula. I'm a founding member of the Edmund Burke Society, the other host of this event, a non-profit that I do with my partner in life and work. Kaia Metsla, please show yourself. From our perspective, I'm also a professor at large with the Estonian Business School, and I just, as far as thanks go, big thanks to the school for this unique freedom and for this unique privilege of freedom that I've enjoyed over the last 5 years. That's really, I really appreciate it so much, and big thanks to the Estonian Business School. From our perspective, the roots of today's conference take us back to the last week of July 2023, last year, when we were on the pilgrimage with Kaia, or more precisely, we were in the car going to the place where the pilgrimage was to start. And we were also planning or preparing for the 11th season of our Great Books course, which was to be on Aldous Huxley perennial philosophy. And I was sitting next to the driver and suddenly felt the urge to see what's happening around Huxley in the rest of the world. And I can't remember exactly what the search phrase was, but I vividly remember the result it yielded. The Aldous Huxley Symposium and grand opening of the Aldous Huxley Center in Zurich, 16th of September 2023. And I also remember, so I took the phone and said to Kaia, who was in the back seat, see that? And I think we made our mind up in a couple of days that we'd go to Zurich, so we did. There we made the acquaintance of our first speaker today, Robin Hull. We were much impressed what we saw, and already there we had a kind of roof chamber in Zurich and in one evening, so it would be nice to have something like that in Tallinn as well. So we came back, I called up Andreas, who immediately the idea struck a chord in him as well, and I think the first meeting of us four together, I think was at the end of September already, I think, and so here we are. That's how it started from our perspective. We interviewed Robin Hull for the November issue of the of our newspaper, and there's one quote from there I'd like to read. This is the answer to the question by Huxley. The political thought, our conversation was on the political thought of Aldous Huxley, and the quote is, "The political thought of Huxley is so very original and very unusual because it is so all-embracing, so holistic. We'll have to search quite a bit to find a political thinker who is as holistic as that." So that's the answer to the question, why Aldous Huxley. Huxley as an escape route from that reductionist prison cell into which our civilization has locked itself. Or, to change the metaphor slightly, as a way out of the mental ghetto into which we have thought ourselves and which we take as a reality. So that's why Huxley. As to our first speaker, Robin Hull took over Hull School in Zurich in his 20s, correct? That's another parallel with our school here, the private school in Zurich. And Hull School is currently the leading English college in Switzerland, and the school follows English or British curriculum and prepares students for the entrance exams of British universities. It has more than 400 students, we heard yesterday. And of course, the main reason Robin Hull is with us today is that he's an enthusiastic Huxleyan. He has been a curator of the International Aldous Huxley Society for more than 20 years, and he assembled the Huxley Collection, the world's leading permanent exhibition of first editions of Aldous Huxley. And we were, that visit to Zurich really was the emotional impetus that you need to start any big change in your life, basically. And we very much feel that that's what this conference represents. So please, without further ado, Robin Hull, we're so pleased you're with us, and please give a warm welcome to Robin Hull.
Thank you. I hope, yes, it works. Lovely. I was warned to not speak for longer than 40 minutes, and my wife is sitting in the first row. When she falls asleep, I know that I've reached, I'm getting dangerously close to the time allotted. Thank you so much for your kind words. It's a question I share, why literature, why humanities, and why Huxley. And my question is also, can this writer mean something to younger readers, to teenagers, to university students? Teenagers who are very often permanently stoned. I don't mean cannabis necessarily, but gaming, social media, in a sort of rosy state of intoxication, living in their bedrooms, as it were, rather than in real life, and university students who ought to be blossoming intellectually and using this delicious time, free time awarded to the young to explore and to think unusual thoughts and to reflect on the meaning of life maybe and who the hell they might be and why we're here, and then instead the poor things have to go hunting for credits. There's this essay, there's the 5 credits, those are the specifications. So you read exactly what's necessary for those papers, and you miss the opportunity to read around the subject and maybe even read beyond the subject into the stratosphere of intellectual possibilities, which is what university studies ought to be, and the young, I would believe, have a right to this. But no, instead they're in this Dickensian intellectual treadmill. And then, of course, the question is even more pressing. Why literature at a business school? That's a very adventurous idea indeed. And why Huxley? So I'll try to say a few things from my side about what I believe might be of interest, and then I'll go on to say a few words about what the Center is trying to do in Zurich to maybe support a little bit more intellectualism in the younger generation. The young are bright and brilliant and eager and perfectly able to think. It's the conditions that I would say prevent this to a point, and I wish they didn't. So here we go then. Huxley is known for the wrong books. He wrote 50. He's famous for Brave New World, clearly. Thanks to Maxim Gorky, little bits of Brave New World even made it to Stalin's Soviet Union during the purges. Brave New World is, one of the most important 100 most important books in world literature, if the internet is to be trusted, at least for once. And then there's The Doors of Perception. Huxley would have wondered, why on earth would I be remembered for The Doors of Perception? It's a good essay, yes. I did take mescaline, not for recreational reasons, but rather for, psychological research into the nature of the subconscious. But it's not that extraordinary as an essay. He would have far rather been remembered for the perennial philosophy, say, or for themes and variations, or Adonis and the alphabet. And then there's Brave New World Revisited, which is a sort of 1958 appraisal of where the world stands and whether Brave New World is still topical or not, or whether the world has maybe moved dangerously closer to Brave New World. Now, that book, Brave New World Revisited, because of its focus on propaganda, mind control, maybe genetic engineering. Well, for reasons of that kind, Brave New World Revisited is the pet text, the Bible of conspiracy theorists, who quote Huxley as if they owned him, but they don't. Huxley has nothing to do with conspiracy theories at all, and I won't go into that, but so he would have said, well, it's a decent collection of essays indeed, but certainly not a reason to remember me. I ought to be remembered if at all, for Time Must Have a Stop, my best novel. So here we go then. Huxley is famous because of critics and in spite of critics. They loved his earlier novels, all the way from Chrome Yellow through Antique, those Baron Lee's Point Counterpoint to Brave New World. They loved him for those works because of the biting satire, the mordant humor, and so on, and his Pyrrhonic kind of skepticism, which induced some readers to assume that Huxley didn't have any beliefs at all, and in fact regarded the world as largely meaningless. And Huxley says so himself at a certain point in life, that he embraced this philosophy of meaningless meaninglessness, which became popular after the First World War. But it's not true that he, in fact, had this sort of Dessart kind of nihilism. What is far truer is that he was a profoundly moral writer. And Aldous in Gaza, his first mystical, spiritual novel, written in 1936 against the backdrop of the Spanish Civil War and the Mussolini invasion of Abyssinia, well, Aldous in Gaza is wrongly regarded as a conversion novel. Huxley didn't convert to mysticism in the mid-30s. What he did do, in fact, in the mid-30s was just openly say what he had suspected all along, that the secret of life was not on the surface, but much deeper down, and that the meaning of life had to do maybe with self-transformation rather than with reading, writing, processing intellectually just. And in 1945, when Time Must Have a Stop came out, that's another profoundly spiritual novel, and Huxley, as mentioned, regarded it as his best. Well, critics were even more disaffected, because the lovers of Huxley, the satirist, they got some material in Time Must Have a Stop, but they got far too much philosophical disquisition into the bargain, which raised the question of, well, what is a good novel? Is a good novel primarily aesthetic, or is it permissible in a novel to cram in rather a lot of philosophy? And where does the novel reach its limits, its capacity for thought, its capacity for philosophy? The similar question could be asked of Ireland. Ireland was trashed largely by the critics, because at that point in time, Huxley was regarded as a failed novelist, and a novelist who, in fact, left England, abandoned England in 1937 before the Second World War, and didn't stick out during the Battle of Britain like his brother Julian Huxley, the first Director General of UNESCO. Huxley was in Hollywood, in the Mojave Desert, in fact, writing Grey Eminence and such like. So the Brits had a difficulty with Huxley because he didn't actually stay in England. He jumped ship and actually spent the rest of his life in the States. So critics came to the conclusion that Huxley was not a very good novelist, too much philosophy, but probably the century's most important essayist. In Hollywood, Huxley met all the great film stars, from Charlie Chaplin to Greta Garbo, Paulette Goddard, Charlie Chaplin, Orson Welles, and so forth, and became a moderately successful scriptwriter. Jane Eyre, Marie Curie, Pride and Prejudice. He won credits for the Hollywood productions based on his scripts, or in part. He also became moderately successful for a film, A Woman's Vengeance, based on one of his stories in Mortal Coils called The Gioconda Smile. And amusingly, I don't know whether you know why it was called A Woman's Vengeance rather than The Gioconda Smile. Well, Hollywood producers feared that the American audience wouldn't understand Gioconda. They wouldn't know that that's a reference to Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa. So much to Huxley's disappointment and dismay, the film became A Woman's Vengeance rather than The Gioconda Smile. As I mentioned, Huxley was regarded by critics probably as one of the leading essayists after the Second World War. He established this reputation already in the 20s, but after the Second World War, he was mainly the world's greatest essayist. And Adonis and the Alphabet is a collection of essays that's absolutely amazing. And I'll say one or two words about it in a moment. But Huxley assumed a role that's very rare for full-time writers. He became the guru of the Ivy League universities in the States, and we're talking the very top: MIT, University of California, Santa Barbara, the Menninger Foundation, to mention but three. And there he gave, towards the end of his life, lectures on the human situation. In other words, he was given carte blanche by the very top universities of the States to talk about the human situation. Just imagine. And he did. And these lectures all became part of a book titled The Human Situation, which appeared posthumously. Those lectures are really mind-blowing. So he made it from not the best-loved novelist to the guru of the world's top academic institutions. When he gave those lectures, starting in 1959, in some of the larger cities of the States, there would be a traffic jam, because he'd attract audiences of about 2,000 listeners. They were sitting in the aisles, they were sitting on, the stage, they were sitting everywhere, and in neighboring halls, because the talks were broadcast. There was literally a traffic jam, because in the States you drive to a venue. As you probably know, public transport isn't quite as good as in Switzerland. So why read Huxley? I think my answers are probably similar to what you've been saying, right? And by the way, when you said that you'd grown old, I was wondering about myself. That puts me sort of in the position of a dinosaur, right, from the Cretaceous. But that aside, why read Huxley? Well, he's intellectually stimulating, yes, so he's a brilliant satirist. I would say he's a master of English humor. He really, really is. I mean, if you like Monty Python, read Huxley. Profound and meaningful, yes, and maybe even spiritually enriching. And because he spent his entire life seeking self-transformation, as we will see in a moment. I would say, most comprehensive study of his life and his works is probably that book by my father, James Hull, Aldous Huxley, Representative Man. And that's how I got into Huxley, because when he was writing that book, I was in my mid-30s, slightly before the Cretaceous. He said, why the hell don't you read some Huxley and give me feedback about my book? And that's how I went all the way through the novels and the essays, from Chrome Yellow to Ireland. So why read Huxley? What could appeal to the young? Well, the young now are very concerned about their health. They're anxious. Jonathan Haidt, The Anxious Generation, has just come out. It's also a time, we're living in a time where handicaps are talked about, attention deficit disorder, dyslexia, and so forth. And burnout is a very big topic. Anyone studying at a business school will be wondering, planning their first burnout, I guess, and how to deal with it. Huxley is one of the writers who has first-hand experience of dealing with handicaps, because he contracted keratitis punctata, an eye disease, an eye affection at the age of, I think, 17, and he turned nearly blind. Afterwards, he was able to read, after a year or so, learning Braille, which he loved doing because you could read Balzac under the duvet cover without being noticed by your parents, right? So it was really wonderful. But that aside, he would be reading like this. So this distance and dealing with chronic eye strain and headaches and such like. So he has experience with handicaps and dealing with them. And part of his strategy to deal with diminished vision was the Bates method. The Bates method is, well, it can be described as a system of eye gymnastics. The idea being that the mind and the body are connected. In other words, if you bring the mind and the body into more harmony, you will then be able to use the body better because the mind is attuned to the body. So in the case of the Bates method, the key is relaxation. In order to see better, I need to relax. So the Bates exercises are about relaxing your eyes, about putting your hands on your eyes, about warming them, and all sorts of. So you could say it's a system of techniques and practical exercises, but it's actually much more. To Huxley became actually a form of meditation, because as he relaxed his eyes, his eyesight improved. That might have been a very agreeable byproduct, but at the same time he felt that something was happening to him that was much deeper and much more significant, to do with this longing that he must have felt to awaken. And the other, the burnout, that was in the mid-30s. After Brave New World, he became essentially unable to write. But he had this villa on the Riviera in Sanary. He had a son, a boarding school, not the best of boarding schools. There was a bit of a kerfuffle there. Then he had a wife, and he had that Bugatti, a tailor-made Bugatti that his wife drove. He couldn't. He wasn't allowed to. So he had an awful lot of overheads, and the royalties of Brave New World were quite enormous, clearly. But to have writer's block in a situation like that is terrifying, and it got a lot worse. Insomnia. And after Hitler came to power, and Abyssinia was invaded, and Europe started to go really, really mad, it got a lot worse. And at that point in time, he wondered, what shall I do? Shall I do what my friend D.H. Lawrence did? Turn to psychoanalysis. My father was a psychoanalyst. And of course, Huxley decided, unlike Hesse or D.H. Lawrence, no, psychoanalysis is not for me. D.H. Lawrence wrote horribly after he underwent analysis and went from a rather, a bit of a rugged savage in his writing to, lots of fluffy animals and toys and so forth. So he decided that analysis, in particular Freudian analysis, wasn't for him. And he trashes Freud for a reason in Brave New World. It's this mechanistic notion of the subconscious that he objected to. If anything about psychoanalysis seemed more trustworthy, it would have been Jung, but the Sage of Zurich, where I'm based. And Jung, however, was too waffly and abstract and vague to appeal to Huxley practically, dealing with his burnout. So what did he do instead? He turned to F.M. Alexander, and F.M. Alexander has a similar approach as Bates to the understanding of the human psyche. it's again that the body and the mind are linked. And in order to deal with a psychological crisis, we have to become more aware of our bodies. And we have to become aware in particular of the connection between the head and the torso. That's the key to the Alexander method. It happens also to be the key to, Vedantic meditation and Zen Buddhism. So again, to overcome a crisis, a burnout, Huxley made good use of F.M. Alexander. He also made good use of a chap called Dr. McDonough and a vegetarian diet. You find the same thing in Islas in Gaza later. And maybe the third element was the guidance from his friend Gerald Hurd, who was very much into meditation. So getting over burnout to Huxley was establishing a better relationship between the physiology and the psychology of the human mind-body. Philosophically, by the way, it goes back to Maine de Biron, and that's why Maine de Biron, this early 19th century philosopher, is cited extensively in Brave New World. It's about this connection between mind and body. That, I think, of course, is very interesting to anyone at any age. It'll be interesting in 1,000 years, because overcoming burnout led Huxley straight into practical mysticism, practical contemplation, not its theory. Huxley is terrifyingly multilingual, even though he's English. And in a world that's gravitating to bad English, like the world that we're living in, he spoke perfect French, wrote sonnets in French as a teenager and gave speeches. He also read Schiller's Wallenstein at the age of, 18 or 19, half-blind, in German. And a few years after, living in Italy, he read the 1,000-page Trattato di Sociologia Generale of Vilfredo Pareto. He was also able to read Molinos, the Spanish mystic, in Spanish. So Huxley will quote these sources in the original, which is quite infuriating by moments, particularly the Latin ones, which we feel bad about because maybe 100 years before we spoke a little Latin, read a little Latin. So reading him is a liberal education, not just because of his range, his linguistic range, but also because of his intellectual range. You have there the grandson of Thomas Henry Huxley, one of the great biologists of the 19th century, and the brother of Julian Huxley, who was in the 30s director of the London Zoo. You have a friend of Bertrand Russell's. You have a friend of Maynard Keynes. Through the Garsington Circle, he had these personal contacts to the great thinkers of the 20th century, and even beyond Anglosphere. He inspires, I think, readers to be original, and the originality comes from not thinking in one subject. The originality comes from seeing links between subjects which are never normally brought into relation, such as, for instance, literature and science, one of his last books, or Shakespeare and religion, an essay he finished dictating a day before he died. I'd even say that reading Huxley, it's more important not what he says necessarily and what views he expresses, but rather how he thinks, the extraordinary way he's able to make connections between different subjects, interdisciplinary thinking, in other words, and, think out of the box in the end for that reason alone. Huxley has made enormous contributions to world literature. He's described quite rightly as a novelist of ideas. And he doesn't stand alone in the 20th century, does he? There's Thomas Mann's Zauberberg, there's Hermann Hesse's Glasperlenspiel, there is André Gide's Les Faux Monnayeurs, and so on and so forth. There's Sartre. There's many who ran parallel to him, and in some cases took their cue from him. In other words, it might be described as someone who, in the words of William Butler Yeats, reintroduced philosophy to the English novel. He is definitely one of the greatest utopians, and his Brave New World gave momentum to dystopian literature, which perhaps started with Foster's The Machine Stops in 1908. So as a dystopian, he is quite memorable. But let's not forget Ape and Essence, written in 1948. That was 3 years after the end of the Second World War and 3 years after Nagasaki and Hiroshima. It's one of the first visions of the world as it might be after the Third World War. So that sort of theocratic nightmare, which follows in Los Angeles, of all places, where books are not forbidden, as in Brave New World, but burned in order to, heat the few houses of the few survivors in this post-nuclear world. So 2 dystopias, and then the final novel, Ireland. Why on earth is it just judged on its merits as a novel? Why are critics satisfied to say that there is too much philosophy in it, when one could also see Ireland, and I'm speaking here with Jerome Meckier, who is one of the great Huxley critics. Why can't it be seen as one of the world's greatest positive utopias? And if you're looking at the top, you've got what? Plato's Republic, Thomas More's Utopia, maybe Campanella's City of the Sun. And then, well, there's Ireland. What else is there? And of all these 4 books, why is it that no one seems to be bothered to note that Ireland is the most interesting, the most topical, the most contemporary, and the most readable? And in fact, like Brave New World, Ireland is now more relevant and more topical 60 years after it was written, 90 years after Brave New World. Both books are more topical now than, in fact, they were when they were written. And any teenager, by the way, who comes to the Zurich Aldous Huxley Center and visits the World Controller's office, takes a look round and says, you know what, this is not a vision of the future. It's the world I, as a teenager, actually live in. So we can see that literature can be very, very relevant to the present, and extraordinarily so. Huxley, in other words, is a novelist. Yes, I would say he's a wonderful novelist, but beyond that, he's a political visionary. His essays from Ends and Means in 1937, that's his political manifesto, through to his last positive utopia, Ireland, revolve around what? Decentralism, deglobalization, sustainability, organic farming, and such like. The argument being that if raw materials and power are concentrated, that's always in the world, that's always a reason for war. Wars can be prevented by going local, by producing energy locally, by producing goods locally, by manufacturing locally, and also by, unraveling finance in the way that the Raiffeisen banks organized banking. In Switzerland, by the way, the Raiffeisen Bank is system relevant to the planet. And it's composed of lots of little cooperatives that Huxley would have adored, every one of them. I'm not saying he would have adored Switzerland. Well, anyway. In other words, Huxley is a pioneer of ecology. And you could cite After Many a Summer, 1939, if you wished. You could also cite Point Counterpoint, the phosphorus cycle, 1928, and a significant little essay that he produced in 1963 called The Politics of Ecology. The definition of ecology in that essay became the definition of the Oxford English Dictionary. In other words, Huxley is a genuine forethinker regarding ecology and sustainability. He is also, I think, perennial because of not just his perennial philosophy, that's a landmark in comparative religion, trashed to a point by orthodox and academic theologians, but loved by, Houston Smith, one of the greatest experts in comparative religion in the 20th century. Because, Huxley was not just a theorist regarding the perennial philosophy. The perennial philosophy to Huxley is, in fact, the basis for practice. We are hopeless, as we are, in Huxleyan's view, if we remain just in the head. We have to make this contact with not just our bodies, but with our feelings, which are permanently absent. So self-transformation means becoming human through inner work. Inner work is a necessity. Without it, we stand no chance of becoming human. In other words, as we are not human, we are subhuman. Huxley is, and my wife is slowly starting to fall asleep, just being silly. One of the greatest art critics of the 20th century, Kenneth Clark, said that Huxley understood art like very few others, even though he had to look at a Seurat, just imagine the pointillist Seurat, from this distance with a magnifying glass. He would be able to get into the feelings, the creative genius of an artist and describe what the artist really meant, according to Kenneth Clark. Perhaps you know that Huxley's essay on the best picture of the world in his travel book Along the Road in 1925 saved the fresco by Piero della Francesca from destruction in the Second World War, because an Australian bomber pilot read the Huxley essay on Piero della Francesca and decided not to drop the bomb. I mean by that, literature does matter. Huxley is also a remarkable music critic, not just because of his seminal reviews of classical music in the 20s, but also or his essay on madrigals and Gesualdo, but because of his friendship with Igor Stravinsky. Stravinsky and Huxley were bosom friends from 1949 onwards, and Stravinsky regarded Huxley as a guiding spirit in his life. And when Huxley died, Stravinsky said, "I felt helpless because he was like a resource for me." Huxley made music history by getting W.H. Auden to write the libretto for Stravinsky's last great opera, The Rake's Progress. To me, the most extraordinary thing about Adonis and the alphabet is the model of the human mind-body. Huxley refers to it as man, the multiple amphibian. And that's a multi-layered model of the human mind-body, which I would regard as the key to Huxley's complete works. The idea being that you have an anarchic surface consciousness which believes it's conscious and in fact isn't, composed of states that succeed each other. In other words, in the perennial philosophy, it's referred to as a morass of non-actuality. So we live in this small part of ourselves in a state of inner anarchy, a state of daydreams, associations, and so forth. Lower down, you've got the dumping ground for all the bad things, called the personal subconscious that Freud writes about. Huxley calls it a rat-infested dungeon. And then below that, you get to the organic part, the organic intelligence, the entelechy, the physiological intelligence, and below that, you're in the collective subconsciousness. There we're entering Jungian territory, but also, well, William James. And beyond that, there is the clear light of the void. In other words, in us is the key to everything. In us, in fact, there is a cosmology that Huxley chose not to write about in order not to get into theosophical speculation. The hippies loved Huxley. 2 rock bands named themselves after him, I believe. The Doors is the best known. Oh yeah, and the Beatles, of course, Sgt. Pepper included Huxley on the cover. Huxley is not a hippie. Huxley was categorically against Timothy Leary and the spreading of LSD randomly for recreational purposes. He anticipated that it would lead to the ban of these substances, and of course it duly happened. Huxley is about making the best of both worlds. He represents the intellectual rigor of the Enlightenment of Europe, and at the same time he represents the awareness, the all-embracing awareness of enlightenment in terms of Zen Buddhism. So he might be called a man of the double enlightenment. I've got 1 minute left to talk about the Aldous Huxley Center Zurich, which I think is a good idea because we don't need more than that. What do we do? It's a private initiative at the moment. It's becoming a foundation. It comprises the first reconstruction of his library in the world. It took me years to hunt down all those 2,000 editions of books that he read, and I actually do my writing surrounded by the books that Huxley read. That is a very, very great luxury that I can't even begin to appreciate. We are affiliated to the International Aldous Huxley Society. This brochure, by the way, I've brought a few in case anyone is interested. And the International Aldous Huxley Society will be doing a symposium October next year. If you're interested in Huxley, and there's some really talented Huxleys sitting here, please join the International Society, and please come to that convention. You will love it. It's well, anyway. So, what do? We combine academia, high academia, with Disneyland, because we're talking to the young, and the idea is not to be boring. We can't afford to be. Shakespeare couldn't afford to be. We can't afford to be boring if we're trying to promote literature. We concentrate on 2 things, building a network in academic circles, and the other is to build a network amongst teachers of literature in order to support them. And one of the things we're going to be experimenting with in the first half of next year is an avatar. We've created the world's first Huxley avatar, and we're going to experiment with the possible use of avatars in the teaching of literature. In other words, if you've got that awful essay to write about Brave New World, you can then go and interview Huxley personally. He'll appear on a screen and answer your questions, maybe rather badly, we'll see. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and thank you for the generous invitation to bore you a little bit this morning. Thank you, Aldo, and thank you.
Well, we have like 10 minutes for questions. Please, if you have it's a unique opportunity to ask the question. Aldous.
Yes, I do have a question, and it's a very simple one, which is that if he was to write the revisit of the Brave New World revisited, in short, what would he make of the world today?
I would think he would take his cue from teenagers who... I've had 500 teenagers visit the center in the past 9 months. And 90% of them say, this is the world we live in. And then you ask why. And it's to do with the sort of brainwashing they feel they are exposed to through gaming and social media. There's also something else. There's a sneaky kind of mind control that teenagers react to quite strongly now. An impression that everything is possible in the world they live in, but nothing's permitted. It's the feeling that you have in Brave New World in a way. You know, everything's possible. You know, you can sleep around with as many partners as you wish and have tons of fun, but actually nothing's permitted. You try reading Shakespeare in Brave New World. So it's a reaction maybe to wokeness. I think wokeness would most definitely play a part in the equation. And then the third is the extraordinary strides of mind-changing drugs. We've got Ritalin, Concerta, antidepressants. In other words, in education and in adolescence, mind-changing drugs are now part of, everyday life, really. So the increase in the use of mind changes would certainly have played an important part. And then the whole drift away from the sort of political focus that I still had as a teenager in the 70s, even in Zurich in Switzerland, to fun, designer clothes, consumer society and so forth, the pressure on the young to conform to these things. Those are just a few things. The erosion of the family could be another topic, and then the whole question of genetic engineering, which we believe hasn't happened, but in fact it has, with prenatal scanning. There are checks there now to make sure that humans are not born who, So prenatal scanning, I think, would be a very, very big one for Huxley.
Guess we have time for another one.
This is something I'm gonna also speak a little bit in my own presentation after the lunch, but I'm interested because you mentioned Brave New World and Island as some kind of like counterpoints to each other. So why it is easier to write a novel about the bad world than a novel about the good world, and why the readers are more interested in the bad world than the good world?
Well, the answer Huxley gives to that is that bad characters, neurotic characters, they're very easy to write about because they're like us. Not very intelligent characters are also easy to write about because, well, I won't finish the sentence, and intelligent, kind, spiritually rounded individuals, they're difficult to write about because where will you find them? And am I that? And not just that, if you do try, they will be boring. So literature and culture as a whole feasts on negative emotion. Look at opera. Where's the happy family in opera? We want suicide, we want Tosca, we want murder, we want suffering and agony. And so he wrote Ireland knowing that it wouldn't sell. And he had cancer, it didn't particularly maybe need to sell. His wife was writing a book called Recipes for Good Living that sold 250,000 copies. That made their fortune. He wrote the introduction.
The last one. You mentioned Time Must Have a Stop as his best novel. I haven't read it. What's going on in that novel?
It's yet another Huxleyan autobiographical novel about a hyper-intellectual 17-year-old boy who has these mad sexual fantasies that he shares with his female cousin, but of course doesn't go further than that. A librarian falls in love with him and gives him little chocolates, leads to nothing. But then he meets his sexual fantasy over in Italy, visiting his uncle Eustace in this palatial Palladian villa in Florence. And Eustace is the sort of gourmand version of Huxley. He knows everything about literature and culture, and after the third brandy, he's promoting Bouvard et Pécuchet and encouraging this 17-year-old Sebastian to read it. And Sebastian then commits 2 or 3 crimes, sort of inadvertently and innocently. But from then on, he's guilt-ridden. And he then meets one of the people he's nearly killed unintentionally after a few years, and discovers that this uncle of his is a mystic, something like a saint. And from him he picks up the whole way to work on himself practically. So towards the end of Time Must Have a Stop, you've got a summary of the perennial philosophy on 1 page, which is quite worth reading. And you've also got a page or 2 on Shakespeare and the way he was able to put an entire philosophy and a cosmology into 3 lines. And you've got a lot of practical hints how Huxley worked practically as a contemplative.
Thank you, and please give a warm applause to our speaker. We interviewed our second speaker today, Paul Kingsnorth, in the 22nd issue of our newspaper. The title of the interview was Scientism and Sex, and I'd quite like to read one short passage from that interview. When I look at something like COVID or the culture war that's going on in the Western world at the moment, it seems to me that the issues are very much deeper than politics or economics, which is why we can't find a political or an economic solution to them. That's the perspective that has come to me largely to Paul Kingsnorth's writing. I got I first learned about Paul Kingsnorth's existence thanks to Charles Eisenstein, about whom I learned in the first weeks of the corona virus, when we all were making, I think, we all faced the same question: what's going on? And Charles Eisenstein was the first who put this thing into perspective for me by saying that there is nothing new in any of our responses to the coronavirus. They all represent this as the magnified forms of the trends that have been going on for a long, long time. And then we interviewed Charles for the second issue of our newspaper, and also when we were given the opportunity to do a course series, Return of Nature, which introduces the current heresies. The first course was on Charles Eisenstein. And I think it was in January 2021 when Charles and Paul were having a podcast together. And then I discovered Paul's essays, which were hugely important for me at this time. in terms of giving the kind of comfort and also the inspiration. And in particular, we talked about his essay, What Progress Wants, I think. Well, it was this essay, but even more important for me was perhaps the other great essay that I would highly recommend, The Cross and the Machine, that I think that brings up the basic polarity of our time. And I'd like to quote another quote, it's a bit longer, from that essay, that is The Cross and the Machine. Following the rabbit hole, I realized that the crisis of limits is a crisis of culture, and the crisis of culture is a crisis of spirit. Every living culture in history, from the smallest tribe to the largest civilization, has been built around a spiritual core. A central claim about the relationship between human culture, non-human nature, and divinity. Every culture that lasts, I suspect, understands that living within limits set by natural law, by cultural tradition, by ecological boundaries, is a cultural necessity and spiritual imperative. There seems to be only one culture in history that has held none of this to be true, and it happens to be the one we're living in. And the same question, why Huxley? It has to do with the rabbit hole that Paul referred to in this quote. When I started to move in 2016 with the Edmund Burke Society, I was able to see only the political surface of the current crisis. And now, following that rabbit hole, I've understood that beneath the economic and political layer, there is an epistemological crisis, there is a theological crisis, and there might be even what's called a mytho-poetical crisis or turn of the... And Huxley just gives us the framework supplied by Huxley, gives us just the way to approach these four crises at the same time and to understand this great transformation in which we are a part of. As regards our second speaker today, Paul Kingsnorth's breakthrough novel, The Wake, appeared 10 years ago. It is a post-apocalyptic novel set 1,000 years in the past, and it was longlisted for the prestigious Booker Prize. Its protagonist is a leader of resistance to the Norman invasion of England at this time. The Wake was followed by Beast and Alexandria, and these three novels comprise a loosely bound trilogy, which is called also the Buckmaster trilogy, after the main hero of the first novel. We were talking about Teat. We were talking with Teat about Paul Kingsnorth's novels in our January issue of the newspaper, and I'd like to end my short introduction of Paul with a quote from this piece. Speaks Teat. In my opinion, Paul Kingsnorth is one of the most powerful authors in contemporary English literature, primarily for his style of writing. Beast is one of the few books that reaches the level of Beckett's prose. Many have tried this, few have succeeded. Kingsnorth has. So this is a very high praise from the fellow writer, and with that, please give a warm welcome to Paul Kingsnorth.
I feel like that introduction is going to be difficult to live up to. So it's a mixed blessing to be compared to great writers. So thank you. Thank you. It's very good to be here. Never been to this part of Europe at all. Actually, my mother recently did a DNA test, one of these DNA tests you can do to just find out where your ancestry comes from. And she found that most of her ancestry was English, which we expected. But among other things, she discovered that 8% of her ancestry was Baltic, which means that 4% of me is glad to be home. So there you go, you learn something new every day. So I've got an old-fashioned paper talk. I hope it will stay on here without sliding down. Since I came to talk about Huxley and machines and Brave New World and things, I thought I'd do it the old-fashioned way and write it down. So I'm not an expert on Huxley at all, but I am a writer who's read him. So I'm going to talk about a writer's reaction to the world we're in now through the lens of this. Because for most of my life, I have been, in my fiction and my non-fiction, writing about particularly the themes that Huxley's talking about in his famous books, Brave New World, and the follow-up to that. Now, despite being a writer, I've never been addicted to drugs or alcohol, but I have been addicted to dreams. This is the lot of the writer, really. You become a writer, I think, or I certainly did myself, because the world you encountered in the stories you read when you were a child is more exciting than the one you actually live in. Okay, so in my case, my world was schools and suburbs and bus stops and breakfast cereals and maths homework and having to wash my dad's car at the weekend and wondering how to talk to girls and wondering what kind of music I was supposed to like. This is not Lothlorien. This is not Earthsea. This is not the great worlds created by Tolkien or Asimov or Jules Verne or any of the other great fantasy writers that I loved when I was a child. So obviously, as a writer, as a small child, as a teenager given half a chance, you would much prefer to live in the worlds created by the books that you read than the one you actually live in. And then one day you pick up a pen and you realize you can create your own. Now, meanwhile, out there in what my dad used to call the real world, he was a bit frustrated that I was never living in it. Out in the real world, you are living in what I've come to call the machine. And this machine, this technological society, is closing in around you, polluting the skies and the woods, and your past and your imagination. And if you have the sort of sensibility which prefers Lothlorien to Isengard, this means you are a tragedy, you are a character in a tragedy rather than a heroic epic. Because most of the things you like, certainly this was true when I was a child, most of the things you like are fading away. All the forests and the stories made in the forests, the strange cultures spanning centuries of time, the little pubs and the curious uninhabited places, the thrumming temples and the dark marshlands and the crooked villages and the folk tales and the conviviality and the spontaneous song and the old houses which may have witches in them and the possibility of dragons. The empty beaches and the wild hilltops and the chance of getting lost in the rain forever or discovering something that was never on any map. Or a world without maps. A world without engines. So this world, you can see, is on the way out if it's not already gone. And the one that is manifesting to replace it is a kind of left brain paradise. It's all straight lines and concrete car parks. The future is STEM and chatbots and cashless parking meters and economic growth and asteroid mining forever and ever. And there's no arguing with it, because it makes perfect rational sense. Now, you can feel the great craters that this makes in the world, and you can feel what is being neatened and rationalized into oblivion, and you can feel the depth of what is being lost, but you can't explain it or justify it in the terms which are now the terms we live by. You just sort of feel that something is wrong. And everybody tells you that you feel like this because you are infected with something called nostalgia, or that you picked up a dose of Luddism or romanticism in the doctor's waiting room. Basically, there is something wrong with you. You don't understand progress, which is always a good thing. But you can feel something going on that is not a good thing. You can feel things being lost which have meaning, and you can feel things replacing them which concern you greatly. And it doesn't matter how many lies or damn lies or statistics are produced to show how wonderful everything is, you don't really believe it. You can feel this machine this technological thing enveloping you. Your body can feel it. Your heart can feel it. The great Welsh poet R.S. Thomas described this chillingly in a poem called Other, in a verse I have never forgotten since I first read it. It goes like this. The machine appeared in the distance, singing to itself of money. Its song was the web they were caught in, men and women together. The villages were as flies to be sucked empty. God secreted a tear. Enough, enough, he commanded. But the machine looked at him and went on singing. Now this, I understood when I read these lines, was the thing I wanted to run away from as a child into all of these fantasy books. This machine was as good an image as I'd ever found for it. Another poet, the American Robinson Jeffers, who was much admired by Thomas, saw the same thing one night when he was sitting on a mountain, looking down at the lights of a big American city, and he had a vision of a giant purse-seine fishing net slowly closing around its prey. He wrote this poem called The Purse-Seine. I cannot tell you how beautiful the city appeared, and a little terrible. I thought we have geared the machines and locked all together into interdependence. We have built the great cities, now there is no escape. We have gathered vast populations, incapable of free survival, insulated from the strong earth, each person in himself helpless, on all dependent. The circle is closed and the net is being hauled in. They hardly feel the cords drawing, and yet they shine already. So this is Jeffers' description of this same force, this same mechanism that R.S. Thomas sees, rising to smirk in the face of God, this machine, as he calls it. And D.H. Lawrence, great friend of Huxley, saw this too. Wrote a great poem called The Triumph of the Machine, which if you haven't read, you should read it. Actually, you don't need to come to this conference. You could just read that. It's all in there. So mechanical man in triumph, seated upon the seat of his machine, will be driven mad from within himself and sightless. And on that day, the machines will turn to run into one another. Traffic will tangle up in a long, drawn-out clash of collision, and engines will rush at the solid houses. The edifice of our life will rock in the shock of the mad machine, and the house will come down. So that's Lawrence's prediction of the future. So after my fantasy reading period as a child, it was the poets that opened up the world for me. And a lot of them I began to notice in the centuries between William Wordsworth and W.S. Merwin were also all gesturing towards this same force, this so-called machine. And then later I find that the novelists, for supposed grown-ups, had been writing about it as well for a long time. Mary Shelley, Yevgeny Zamyatin, George Orwell, E.M. Forster, Ursula Le Guin, hundreds of them actually. And the filmmakers had been on the case from Metropolis to the Matrix. And the non-fiction writers had been pouring forth great tomes on this forever and ever. The rise of this thing, which since the Industrial Revolution had somehow been enclosing us, supposedly liberating us, actually beginning to control us. Now, in other words, this is not a new story. When Huxley writes about it, it's not a new story. Nothing I say is new. This triumph of the mechanical over the natural, the planned over the organic, the centralized over the local, the system over the individual and the community. This is the tale of our time. And as this machine rose around them, all of these writers tried to pin it down in words. And many succeeded, and yet here we still are, living in it, trying to work out what's going on and what to do and what it all means. So much for writing. All we know is that some force has been unleashed in our world which we're struggling to contend with as human beings. Some huge change is birthing itself. Some change in our relationship with nature, with our past, with our tools, with everything. And now this change seems to be accelerating somehow. The 2020s are pushing us fast and furious into some new time, and we can all feel this craziness in the air. Certainly you can where I come from. This feeling of our moorings being cut one by one. Sometimes it feels hard to stay upright. We're living through some kind of earthquake, global ecological breakdown, cultural disintegration, the rise of network technologies of control and surveillance, which have us in their grip more and more every day. The powers of the world seem to be merging somehow. Corporate power, state power, institutional power, ideological power, the power of the oligarchs who built and control the internet, the power of the network itself. Some days it feels to me like we're living inside the plot of a piece of 20th century dystopian sci-fi. The twist being that this time Agent Smith is the hero, and Neo has been dismissed as a far-right conspiracy theorist. This is the story of the machine. This is what I've been attempting to write about, I suppose, myself, most of my life without even knowing it. And it feels like the story of a revolution. And I think its ultimate end game, I've come to believe, is the replacement of nature with technology. The rebuilding of the world in purely human shape, the better to fulfill the most ancient human dream, which is to become gods, which is what we want to do. And this machine rips up our roots in nature, in real cultures connected to time and place, and in our connection to the divine center. And in their stead, we are offered an anti-culture, an endless consumer present, planned, monitored, controlled, smart, borderless, profitable, soul dead, increasingly detached from messy reality, directed by who even knows, mediated through monitored screens. And we're increasingly unable to escape our total absorption by this thing. We're reaching the point where its control over nature, both wild and human, is becoming unstoppable. It's developing its own theology as it takes us at warp speed into a new way of being human. It's 2024. You can make a trip to the shops without speaking to another human being, but you can't walk through a city without being filmed. You can't walk on a beach without being filmed, because there are satellites everywhere. You're never far from a screen. You can't afford to be, and why would you want to? The screen gives. The screen has abolished time, distance, boredom, and longing. Is anything you see on it actually real? We don't know, but then what is reality? Who decides? If you find this notion oppressive or restricting, you could simply redefine it. Make anything you want real. Make anything new. That's what the machine is for. So Huxley, of course, is one of those novelists who wrote about this machine in the 20th century, perhaps when it first became visible to the naked eye. And in Brave New World Revisited in the 1950s, he attempts to pin down the rise of what he calls the scientific dictatorship of the modern West, to explain its rise and triumph. And if that book is still being read, it's because he knew what was coming, because he was so good at pinpointing it. And one of the key elements he identifies in that book is what he calls over-organization. So Brave New World famously offers us this vision of standard men and women deliberately bred in uniform batches, the whole of a small factory staffed with the products of a single Bokanovskified egg. Now, it's not quite like that yet, and probably never will be. A human egg factory is a very 1930s kind of a vision. A 2030s vision might be a 3D printed baby produced by an AI hurtling towards the singularity. And maybe it'll take a bit more than 10 years, but probably not much. But the vision is much the same, never mind the technology. Allegedly scientific, technocratic, over-organization, aiming at utopia, always dipping towards hell instead. Funny how that tends to happen. Soon enough, robot bodies will fight wars, robot brushes will make art, robot minds will write sentences like this one. You won't need to fly writers across the world anymore. Babies will emerge from artificial wombs, their mothers freed to work and consume and play in order that they may be fully liberated. The farmers will be gone, the food will be made and not grown, and it will be boundless and formless like your culture and like your body. There will be codes to scan in order to access things which only yesterday you never knew you needed. Soon you will need to scan the codes, in fact, to do anything at all. Soon your children will be taught STEM by an AI, and they will laugh at its jokes. The algorithm may know them better than you do. All conditioning, explains the world controller in Brave New World, aims at that, making people like their inescapable social destiny. So Brave New World is published in 1931, almost a century ago, And along with Orwell's 1984, it is, of course, the most famous English dystopia of the 20th century, maybe the most famous dystopia. And both books envisage an oppressive future of big government, high-tech surveillance, and the intimate management and control of mass populations. But the difference between the way they're managed explains why Orwell's dystopia now looks a bit antiquated, and Huxley's looks at least partly prophetic. The author explains the difference himself in Brave New World Revisited. He says this: "The society described in 1984 is a society controlled almost exclusively by punishment and the fear of punishment. In the imaginary world of my own fable, punishment is infrequent and generally mild. The nearly perfect control exercised by the government is achieved by a systematic reinforcement of desirable behavior, by many kinds of nearly non-violent manipulation, both physical and psychological, and by genetic standardization." So to read Brave New World in the 2020s is quite an interesting experience. Maybe, as Robin suggested, especially if you're a teenager and you've grown up in it. Now, in one sense, the book is very much of its time, in its technological descriptions, its social tapestry, and its political concerns, such as overpopulation or eugenics or Soviet-style dictatorships. But its broad prophecy is very incisive in two particular areas: the intrusive power of technology and the promotion of pleasure as a means of social control. So in Orwell's 1984, for example, sex is forbidden, and the book's protagonist, Winston Smith, precipitates his downfall by illicitly sleeping with a woman. In Brave New World, by contrast, sex is openly promoted as a public good. As political and economic freedom diminishes, notes Huxley prophetically, in the novel's 1946 foreword, sexual freedom tends compensatingly to increase. In the Brave New World, children of 7 are trained in erotic play, and marriage and family life are not so much forbidden as mostly just forgotten. Notions of lifelong intimate relationships or of home life are demonized from birth by state propaganda. Instead, everyone belongs to everyone. Sex is a distraction and a sedative, alongside the official drug soma, which is taken willingly by everyone everywhere as a means of preventing loneliness, discontent, or any thought of sedition. What he did miss is that soma comes through your screen. You don't need a pill. But you can't get everything right. Advanced technology, or what was thought of as advanced technology in 1931, makes all of this possible. In the Brave New World, people, quote, "love their servitude and will never dream of revolution," precisely because they don't see it as servitude. They are trained through pleasure to adjust to a world to which, by rights, no human should have to be adjusted. In the author's words, these millions of normally abnormal people, living without fuss in a society to which, if they are fully human beings, they ought not to be adjusted, still cherish the illusion of individuality. But in fact, they've been to a great extent de-individualized. Their conformity is developing into something like uniformity. Orwell's vision of the future was a boot stamping on a human face forever. But Huxley recognized that that kind of brute tyranny never lasts. If people know they are being brutalized and terrorized by their rulers, they are likely in the end to rise up somehow. Oppressive regimes are a result of civilization. Over-organized technological societies, on the other hand, governed by a state corporate elite interested in total efficiency, guided by science, and with the means of streaming mass messaging into many brains at once, through, for example, an absorbing, fun, and endlessly distracting network technology like the internet, have potentially limitless power. There seems to be no good reason, wrote Huxley, why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown. So are we living today in a thoroughly scientific dictatorship characterized by ruthless efficiency and total control? Well, I live in Ireland, so the answer is no. We're controlled mostly by clumsy nation-states led by visionless corporate drones who can barely ensure that the hospitals or the roads stay open. But I don't think this should distract us from the direction of travel. Huxley's fear of an all-powerful state apparatus, Soviet or fascist style, might seem very 1930s, but his overall vision is as contemporary as could be. And it's this, in his words. Meanwhile, impersonal forces over which we have almost no control seem to be pushing us all in the direction of the brave new worldian nightmare. And this impersonal pushing is being consciously accelerated by representatives of commercial and political organizations who have developed a number of new techniques for manipulating, in the interests of some minority, the thoughts and feelings of the masses. Sounds familiar? The 2020s are giving us a potential foretaste of a near future in which, again, in Huxley's words, permanent crisis justifies permanent control of everybody and everything by the agencies of the central government. Meanwhile, the rapid onrush of technologies which interfere with our understanding of reality, from deep fakes to AI chatbots, is creating a new sensory world in which we don't know whether anything we see is actually real. This is what I've been calling the machine, a phrase I stole from those greater writers than myself, and it's heading towards the kind of universalized total system that Huxley envisaged nearly 100 years ago. And this total system is evolving to deal with the permanent crisis created by machine modernity, whether that crisis manifests as a globalized virus or a changing climate or social or ecological breakdown. Whatever the crisis, the deepening of the system is always the answer. And any dissenters will receive little sympathy, either from the authorities or from the masses, who have been whipped up into blame-seeking online mobs. And we can already see the framework emerging technologically that is making this possible. Ever-tightening restrictions on certain types of speech and assembly, smartphone-enabled health passports, track and trace apps, state-issued digital currencies, cash-free economies, widespread surveillance by facial recognition camera, access points controlled by eyeball or fingerprint scan, artificial intelligence. All of these are here already. And they're only going to accelerate in their use and in the breadth and depth of our engagement with them. In Robinson Jeffers' image, again, the net is being drawn tighter and tighter around us. So, as I say, I've been writing about this in my fiction and in my non-fiction, I suppose, all of my life, although I haven't really known necessarily consciously that that's what I was doing. I've kind of picked at the same story. I think most writers have the same story to tell, and they just repeatedly tell it over and over again in any number of different books until they die or the world gets sick of it. It's impossible, actually, for most writers to tell a different story, even though they might be bored with themselves. I can certainly tell you that happens to me sometimes. So anyway, however hard I try to write adventure stories or children's books or whatever, I always end up coming back to this machine, this battle, or what seems like a battle to me, between the technological system that we're creating to make ourselves gods and nature, our bodies, our human nature, and the nature of the world around us. And the question that always comes up, certainly comes up for my readers when I produce giant catastrophic essays on this issue, is what can you do? What can you actually do about this? It's all here. Now, we've just been hearing about Huxley's utopias. I think it must be quite hard to write a utopia. I think it's definitely easier to write about bad characters than good ones, but I think it must be very difficult to create the perfect world, because there's never been one, at least not on Earth. So what do you actually do? The utopia hasn't arrived, and as Hardo was saying in his introduction, the conclusion I've come to myself is that this issue is not primarily political or economic. The answer is not about new political parties or new systems or revolutions or economic plans. I mean, they may or may not be good ideas, but they're not the heart of the matter. So if you did want to act on this knowledge, on this really fundamentally ancient prophecy, which stems at least, if not very much further back, at least to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, this prophecy of the rise of this thing, which ultimately will supplant us, what would you actually do about it? By the way, just as an aside, if you read, as I have done, and engage with the work of a lot of the people in Silicon Valley who are creating these technologies, they have a very clear philosophy. They're not just mucking around with computers. They're engaged in something which is almost theological. They're very clear about what they're doing. And I wrote a whole essay about this, actually, but there's a lot of phrases they use. They say things like, we are building God, or we are making God. There's a man called Ray Kurzweil, some of you will probably have heard of, great theologian of the Silicon future. He's actually the head of engineering at Google at the moment, so he has a big influence on your lives whether you know it or not. And somebody once asked Ray Kurzweil, do you think God exists? And Kurzweil said, not yet. Okay? So that's what's going on. This is not a paranoid conspiracy theory. They're very open about this. Ray Kurzweil is very famous for his theory of the singularity by which humans will merge with machines and create a greater species which ultimately will replace us. But that'll be okay because whatever replaces us, which will contain some of us somehow, will become immortal and universal. It's a theology. It's a silicon theology. Draws on a lot of Christian ideas. But this time it's not God who is the creator, it's us. So this is where we are. This is where we're going. And everybody's very open about it. So what do you do about this? If you want to act on this knowledge, on this old prophecy. So Huxley asks this question in Brave New World Revisited, and he goes right for the jugular. He says, at this point, we find ourselves confronted by a very disquieting question. Do we really wish to act upon our knowledge? Does a majority of the population think it worthwhile to take a good deal of trouble in order to halt and, if possible, reverse the current drift toward totalitarian control of everything? It's a good question. It's worth thinking, actually, about what that might look like. If you wanted to reverse it, what would it look like? There's at least 2 novels I know of which have engaged with that. One of them is Erewhon by Samuel Butler, which is a 19th century English novel, and it's, again, a sort of semi-utopian novel, but in Erewhon, the title is the word nowhere reversed, nowhere being the literal meaning of utopia. And in Erewhon, people have decided that the direction of technological society is so dangerous that they have to destroy the machines. But then they're faced with the question of what machines they should destroy. Because obviously it's difficult to live without any tools. How far do you go back? Do you have to destroy spades and digging sticks? What do you do? So what they do is they choose a slightly random year. I think it's like 1840 or something. And they destroy all the machines made after that year. And then they simply refuse to develop any type of machinery that is more advanced than what existed before that. So that's Samuel Butler's vision. And the other novel I can think of that engages with this is the one that's just been made into a couple of quite good films, which is Dune. And in Dune, there is what is called a Butlerian jihad, specifically named after Samuel Butler's novel. And the Butlerian jihad is a jihad against the technological society. And technological society is systematically and deliberately destroyed, and society is taken back to a very primitive way of living. So the Butlerian jihad is the backdrop to this world of Dune. It's not an undeveloped world, it's a world that's deliberately de-developed, because it decided that that was safer. Oh, these lights are interesting, aren't they? Every time I give a talk about the machine, the technology goes wrong. This is true. This is true. I can give you a lot of examples of this. I was on the flight yesterday, and apart from missing the flight, my computer completely crashed, and my hard disk is gone. Everything's gone. This always happens to me. So it shows me I'm on the right track. So anyway, so Huxley asks, do we really want to act on our knowledge? And I think the answer is no. We do not want to act on our knowledge. As I say, I was at the airport yesterday and on the plane, and given half a chance, everybody is just doing this all the time. Everybody just gets their phones out. I mean, you can literally walk around the airport and in Helsinki, which, by the way, is the quietest airport I've ever been in. If you come from Britain or Ireland, where everyone's just noisy and rude, this part of the world's very nice, especially if you're a writer, because everyone's quiet. So amazing. But they're all doing that. Everyone is just doing that all the time, everywhere in the world. So do people want to stop doing that? Well, they're doing it out of choice. We don't have to do this, but we do it. So probably most of us don't really wish to act. There's not a lot of appetite for a Butlerian jihad, unfortunately, not yet. Not least because of the very premise that Huxley himself put into the core of his novel, which is that control disguised as pleasure doesn't look like control. Control disguised as pleasure doesn't look like control. So your Amazon Alexa might be recording your private conversations, and your smartphone might be tracking all of your movements. And that company that took my traced my mum's family ancestry might now have all of our genetic codes in their database. And that convenient card purchase, which seems to be everywhere now, might be walking you towards a Chinese-style social credit system. And that fun session with ChatGPT might be giving rise to a sentient algorithm, but whatever, right? It's fun, and it's easy, and I'm busy, and everyone else is doing it, so what's the fuss about? It's fun, it's easy, it's progress. Think of the potential, there's no stopping it. You should probably calm down anyway, you're starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist. So we're not going to change the direction of travel through some uprising of the people, or some mass movement or concerted mass action. I don't see a Butlerian jihad on the horizon. And until you've had the Butlerian jihad, you can't create the utopian island unless you literally go and live on an island, and even then, Jeff Bezos' satellites can photograph you from the sky. So there's no getting away from it. Wherever you go now, the remotest island, there'll be a Wi-Fi signal, guaranteed. The total system can't be overthrown because, like the Hydra, it has heads everywhere. It doesn't really have a heart, it doesn't have a central head. And because we see it everywhere, and because whisper it, we like it. We like it. So setting yourself up against it directly would be like standing in front of a tank. It would just roll over you without even noticing. Now, that's not to say that the total system, if that's what's emerging, the machine, will last forever. I don't think so. Nothing ever does. This machine, this technological society, is very, very, very new. We heard at the beginning in the introduction about the huge increase in the human population, and that's a function of industrialism and fossil fuels. It's a blip. It's a blip. And this machine is an extractive monster. It's hungry. It needs to keep consuming vast amounts of metal and energy and oil and more just to keep going, which is why we're hearing increasingly loud noises about the mining of asteroids. We need to mine the asteroids because we're running out of stuff to feed the monster. And despite what some people might pretend to believe, it's not actually possible to mine the asteroids. These resources are limited, and the Earth has its own life. And as Huxley put it in Brave New World Revisited, God is not mocked, and neither is nature. So in the end, this thing will break down because it's set itself up against reality itself. It is literally unsustainable, and if it is unsustainable, it can't be sustained. It will fail because it's built on a false understanding of reality. But in the meantime, we're all living in it. And this vision that Huxley had is here, really, and it's accelerating. He recognized that it was here in the 1960s. Sounds like the teenagers today certainly recognize that it's here. So our culture's attempts to save progress from its own inbuilt contradictions are becoming more and more desperate. And as they do that, we can expect the system to clamp down more brutally, to become more tightly controlling. The more things break down, the more control you need to keep the thing going, which of course is also the story of how the system developed in Brave New World. There was a choice, one character tells his audience in Brave New World, explaining how the world state came about. There was a choice between world control and destruction. This is what he says: the machine turns and must keep on turning forever. It is death if it stands still. 1,000 million scrabbled the crust of the earth. The wheels began to turn. In 150 years, there were 2,000 million. Stop all the wheels, in 150 weeks, there are only once more 1,000 million. 1,000 men and women have starved to death. So there's always a crisis to justify the tightening of the system. And if anyone complains, there is the spectre of collapse and mass misery to fall back on. And how much mass misery would there be if the world's electricity just turned off tomorrow? Quite a lot. So the system must endure whatever the costs. Once you have, as Jeff has put it, built the great cities, there is no escape. Without the machine, billions will starve. Without the machine, the planet will die. When the choice is presented in this way, there isn't really a choice at all. So again, the question, what do you do? Can't turn it off, really. So I've been asked this question, as I say, a lot over the years, and if an obsession with this question led to an ability to solve it, I would have sorted it out. But I haven't. I've come to think instead that the question is a bit misguided. In the face of this Huxleyan total system, the question, what can we do, is not really the right one. A question I prefer is, where is the escape hatch? Hey, where is the escape hatch? Now, in Brave New World, the counterpoint to the world state is the savage reservation. Now, this is inspired by D.H. Lawrence, Huxley's friend, and he went off to New Mexico, where Lawrence had fled, and he drew on what he saw there to paint a picture of an as-yet free area of humans living outside the controlled and monitored pleasure dome of the world state. And in the savage reservation, people still breed, still marry, still get sick and die. And interestingly, the section of the book which describes this, I think, is the best section of the book. It's where the writing really comes alive. Much of the rest of Brave New World reads like journalism or philosophical debate, but the New Mexico chapters are real writing. And I think it's because Huxley is writing about imperfection, again. He's writing about something he's seen. Now, the savage reservation is not romanticized. There's sickness there, there's early death, there's racism, there's exile, there's mob punishment, there's sacrifices to strange gods. But there's also love and wild nature and companionship and ritual and starlight in the wild places at night under heaven's dome. But all of it is fenced in. It's all fenced in. To touch the fence, says the warden, is instant death. There is no escape from a savage reservation. The world state can't contain anything unpredictable, which is why its denizens must be correctly bred and trained. The outside still exists, the wild places and the wild people, but the fence has to be guarded and electrified. At one point in the novel, the controller, one of 10 who keep the world state running, explains there was once a rebellion against the world state. People worked out that the system required endless consumption in order to function, so they decided to subvert it by refusing to consume. Conscientious objection, he says, on an enormous scale. Anything not to consume, back to nature. The world state dealt with the protesters by shooting them all. This was before it had really perfected control through pleasure. But a movement which refused consumption and embraced limits, explained the controller, presented an existential danger. A love of nature, he says, keeps no factories busy. Simple pleasures generate no profit and no distraction. They're dangerous, as is nature itself. Industrial civilization, says the world controller, is only possible when there's no self-denial. It must pursue self-indulgence up to the very limits imposed by hygiene and economics. Again, I think this is sounding increasingly familiar. And it also has to ensure that people's time is taken up with so much leisure that they have no interest in pursuing anything more meaningful, and for the same reason. Universal happiness, he says, keeps the wheels steadily turning. Truth and beauty can't. As for old obsessions, like religion, that's left to the savages. There is probably a God, thinks the controller, but the system can't allow people to think about it because the disruption and the instability would be too great. So if the Brave New World points us towards the emerging total system, it also points us towards the alternative. The alternative has always been the same. It's living within limits, refusing to consume for the machine, refusing to give the total system what it wants, planting your feet on the ground, living modestly, refusing technology that will enslave you in the name of freedom, building a life in which you can see the stars and taste the air. It's to live on the margins, in your home or in your heart. It is to scatter the pattern. It's to speak truth and try and live it. Set your boundaries and refuse to step over them. It's to be a conscientious objector to the machine. In the Brave New World, the one savage who escapes the reservation and enters the system comes face to face with the world controller, Mustafa Mond. And Mond is a cultured and empathic man. He's not an evil tyrant. He maintains the system because he sees no alternative if widespread suffering is to be prevented. But the savage can spot the open trap. He can see that without suffering and without limits, there can be no humanity at all. He can see that the only alternative to the world system, which is an eternal slavery built on the fears of the well-intentioned, is to refuse the machine and embrace the mess of being human. And the final conversation, I'll end with this, the final conversation between the savage and the world controller pretty much sums up the whole thing. I don't want comfort, says the savage. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin. In fact, said Mustafa Mond, you're claiming the right to be unhappy. All right then, said the savage defiantly, I'm claiming the right to be unhappy. Not to mention, says the world controller, the right to grow old and ugly and impotent, the right to have syphilis and cancer, the right to have too little to eat, the right to be lousy, the right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow, the right to catch typhoid, the right to be tortured by unspeakable pains of every kind. There was a long silence. I claim them all, said the savage at last. Mustafa Mond shrugged his shoulders. You're welcome, he said. Thank you.
So the question time. Pablo.
Hi, well, first of all, thank you very much for your brilliant discussion of Brave New World. But I'd like to disagree first with you in order to agree at a deeper level. You have said that the answer or the problem is not political or economical. But if we listen to the Silicon types you've quoted as being building God, that is a very strong political statement. They're building an a superior power that has control. And I think in that sense the answer to that, I mean, that turns us into a political problem. And the answer to that is precisely the activity that people like you or Huxley or educators are doing, writers and educators. So the answer to overpowering political power is imagination. Nurturing imagination in order to be able to conceive a different reality. So in that sense, I do believe it is still a political issue. The fact that, as Huxley says, that we might not really want to answer the question of what to do might be because we feel powerless to answer it. And yet, it is precisely the most humane activity of thinking, of imagination, which writers such as you or anyone who's educating nurtures and creates, that might lead us to precisely the same that the savage is demanding, which is a human life, being truly human.
Yeah, thank you. So what I would say, I'll just briefly say that I think that's not, well, I would describe politics as the means of organizing a society. That's how I would define politics. So what these guys in Silicon Valley are talking about isn't politics, it's theology. So they're trying to create an entirely new worldview. They have stripped the universe of God, they've stripped it of all of our traditional ways of thinking, and they're trying to create conscious beings so that they can control them, so that they can become part of them. So I would call that a theological, or at least a philosophical problem, rather than a political. And it turns into politics. Of course, there are political things you can do about it. There are political things you could do about technology, or the power of Silicon Valley. There's any number of things you could do. And actually, if we had people with political will, it wouldn't be so hard. But I think the problem is deeper than that. And in terms of imagination, yeah, I think that's right. But again, I'm a bit of a pessimist on this because, as I say, there's been 100 years of novels about this. So it's not as if there's a lack of imagination engaging with the machine, but it doesn't necessarily lead to change. It's not designed to. I mean, even someone like Huxley, he's a great example. He spends his whole life talking about this and engaging very philosophically and politically with it. Did he change the direction of things? Not really. None of us do. It's fascinating how, I've thought about this a lot. I wonder sometimes whether science fiction is almost used by the people creating the world we're in now as a blueprint. You know, it's like they look at these things and they think, oh, that would be a great idea, wouldn't it? They look at the Matrix and they think it's a blueprint, it's not a warning. And it's almost as if the things that are written about then just happen anyway. Now, I can't think of a single, say, science fiction book or book that's engaged with any of this that's reversed the direction of travel, which is why the conclusion I've come to is that, if you really want to have a different way of seeing, the way to start it, at least, is in small pockets. If you start trying to change society from the top down, I don't think it's going to work. But I do agree with you about imagination. We keep needing writing and art and music, and that's the thing that they can't take away from you. absolutely. So we need endless amounts of that, but I also think on a practical level, it's not a bad idea to start thinking about how you can create some kind of sane oasis in the middle of it, because it's only going to get madder and madder in the next 10 or 20 years. Well, yeah, thank you.
Sanity is a group project, eh?
Well, there you go.
Please, next question.
You partly answered this already, but I still want to go a little bit deeper. As you said, Huxley himself didn't even like go by his own rules. So I always wondered why in the hell he lived in California, which actually is a place that is the Brave New World. It's a place where you entertain yourself to death in a way and die happy and never feel pain. And it's a place of Silicon Valley, of course, and it's a place of the creators of the God machine. And Huxley was apparently happy there. How is that possible?
That's a very good question. I think you'd actually need to ask Robin that question, because I've no idea, but it is interesting. I mean, I think, the paradox of this is that we're all brought up by this machine and we live within it, and it's almost impossible to detach yourself from it. I have a friend, actually, who's also a writer, and he's decided to do it, and he built himself a cabin, and he lives in his cabin, has no electricity, has no running water, he doesn't use the internet, but he still needs a bicycle which is made in a factory, and he still occasionally needs to use his girlfriend's phone to text people. And I don't mention that to suggest he's a hypocrite. It's just that but even however hard you try, it's impossible. And he doesn't have any children, of course. So if you have children, you then have to engage with the thing. So it's impossible not to engage with the machine, really. Certainly if you're living in the modern world. It's just a question of what your limits are. I don't know what limits Huxley had, or how much of this was a philosophical question and how much of it for him was a kind of a passion. I don't know. I mean, D.H. Lawrence is somebody who did go and flee it. Flee to the deserts of New Mexico and try and live differently. But I think you can't escape it. If you try and escape it, it's possible you'll go mad. All you can try and do is decide. If people have an intelligent understanding of what technology is, what it's doing, where it's going, then they can make a personal decision about to what degree they interact with it. And they know what the costs are. At the moment, nobody knows what the costs are. Everybody gives smartphones and tablets to their 2-year-old children because they don't know that these things are designed to addict you, that they change the pathways in your brain, that they addict you to dopamine. They're designed to do that. Everyone gives it to their kids. It's the equivalent of giving them booze or cigarettes, but they don't really know that. Everyone just does it because everyone else does. And we're all in that position as adults as well. So if we really understand the machine, then we can make a decision about what we do about it. But yeah, it's a good question about Huxley. I don't know the answer.
Any further questions?
It looks like we are not capable of much of a deep, intelligent thinking collectively. So I don't think our hope would be there. But I think there's somebody said, and we are in a business school, it's economics. And eventually it will come down to the economics. We are, my guess is that we are not able to feed the machine. If its replacement value is about 20% a year, it will consume such a share of our GDP that very soon it's no longer sustainable. It's likely to crash, and it may crash rather soon. Thank you.
I think that's true, and I think it's been true for a long time. The only question is when it crashes and how it crashes and what the impact of it is. I mean, I'd say that's hopeful, but the crash is probably going to be quite painful. But yeah, I mean, I think that this, like I said, I really feel more and more, the more I look into this and the more I listen to the people building it, it's built on a fantasy. It's built on a fantasy understanding of what nature is and what humans are and how much control we can have and how we can conquer the universe and the rest of it. That's why I think it's a theological project. I almost think it's what happens if you take, I mean, it's very Christian inflected because it's a Western project, right? So it comes from Christianity, or Western Christianity, and if you took Christianity with its dreams of death and resurrection, reincarnation and eternal life, and you strip out God, you strip out Christ, and you just have humans taking the role of God, this is what you do. We're trying to build heaven, effectively, and we're trying to live forever. That's why I think it's a fantasy. So I agree. I think that maybe sooner rather than later it's going to be. In fact, I think it's probably already hitting limits. I think that's probably an example of what we're seeing everywhere. But yeah, I think so.
So Paul, thanks very much. This was really interesting. It's also interesting to put it into the context of this country here, Estonia, because there's a paradox here. It's a highly digitized, what you would say, machine-dependent country, yet the population density and the historical relationship with nature is so strong that we have quite a strange balance in terms of how we deal with it. But what I wanted to ask you was a little bit what you were saying about theology, but also about Western Christianity. In effect, is there a theological conversion almost? Because economics and politics, in the end, it all seeks the same thing. It seeks a certain control, coordination of resources towards certain ends in a collective way. But what we have, perhaps, is not just one machine, but we actually have several machines. So you look at China, the citizens' points, you look at the way in which they deal with social control using IT, it's probably more deep than what we have here at the moment. We have the US model, we have a European model, which I don't really know whether it's a model or not. I think it's more a model on paper rather than something separately. But what happens in a situation where you have some machines which are quite separate from each other, although the theology behind them, I think, is converging largely. And then you have certain societies, you can talk about Russia, or you can talk about India or Latin America, where the means of developing that coordination and control, if you want to say, is not quite as developed. So the methodologies are a little bit different there. But what happens in a system where it's not one hegemonic complete machine, but rather what I would suggest are, at least at the economic and political level, are several machines? Because that might be a fast route to a rather ugly collapse as well, when these machines collide between themselves.
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? And Huxley's vision is of this great global state, this great world state, which definitely doesn't look like it's on the horizon anytime soon. I think in the 20th century, the vision of the progressives generally was to create that world state. You know, this is what the UN was for, and everyone was going to speak Esperanto, and we were going to have this great global liberal world order of peace, and that didn't come about. So that doesn't look like it's happening. But it's true, that's an interesting question, because it seems to me like everyone's converging on the same technological theology, philosophy, whatever it is. But like you say, there are different political competing polities with each other, and that's not going to change anytime soon. I can't see America and Russia and China all creating a nice world state together, which is probably a good thing in that sense. There's one benefit to that. But it's a good question. It's a good question, because what you do is you introduce geopolitics into the mix, and so you've got competition, for example. I mean, the AI thing is very interesting. So you'll all have seen last year, or not, maybe even less than that, there was a call for a moratorium on AI development, and it was signed by the people who were developing AIs. One of the reasons to be frightened of AI is that the people developing it don't think it should be developed and don't really know why it's developing. And a lot of the key people involved in that signed a moratorium and said, we have to have a moratorium now on AI development because we don't know what these things are doing. They're already doing things we don't understand. They're already having conversations we don't know where they're going. They're getting dangerous and we need to stop doing it. And it didn't happen, of course. And the reason it didn't happen was, if we stop developing AI, China will develop AI. And then, therefore, they will get ahead of it. So exactly that. So when you introduce geopolitics and competition into it, you've got an accelerant. Because everyone's just going to keep doing stuff that they know is dangerous. Because it's like the nuclear bomb. It's a good example, right? We had to develop the bomb, otherwise Hitler might have got the bomb. So we had to get the bomb first. It's an arms race. So yeah, that's disturbing. And I don't see that changing, because that's what humans do. And yeah, so I mean, I'm not a fan of global governments and the rest of it, but there's less and less likelihood of any collaboration on that. You can't see people sitting down and agreeing to a global moratorium on anything. So yeah, it's a good question. Another reason to be pessimistic, sorry. It's time for lunch.
So in spite of a late start, we've got ahead of time, so perhaps time for one more question before the lunchtime.
Yes, thank you. By discarding the illusion that we can escape this machine, as you call it, and I fully agree. What are those everyday steps that you make in your life to avoid getting eaten up by the machine?
It's a good question, and it gets harder all the time. And one of the things I've done is I don't have a smartphone, and neither does anyone else in my family. And we're not going to, and I'm going to just keep going on that one. Never had a smartphone, never had a tablet. I never use AI. I don't have any social media. So I keep things limited in that regard. But I still have, I still have a laptop, and I still have a website, and I still have email, because it's almost impossible to live without them. So my mother-in-law, who actually comes from India, she's an 80-year-old Indian woman living in England, who's recently been forced to buy a tablet because otherwise she can't go to the bank because the bank has closed down. She has to do her banking on the tablet. She's no idea how to use the tablet. So her son's had to teach her how to use it. And as I say, my friend who lives in a cabin off-grid still has to engage sometimes with it. So the steps I've taken, I don't have a smartphone. As I say, I don't do any of those other things. I live in the country. We try and grow as much food as we can. We try and become as self-sufficient as we can. And we don't let our children have any of this tech. We homeschooled our children. Now we send them to a Steiner school where nobody uses screens. They actually use old-fashioned pens, things like that. These are not available to everybody. They're just things we happen to have been able to do. So those are the things I've done. And what I think, what I'm going to do, and what I recommend to others, is just think about where you draw your lines and then don't walk over the lines. So, for example, there's various things I can't do now that I haven't got a smartphone, so I just don't do them. And I just have to be prepared not to do them. And that might get harder and harder and harder. It's already very difficult to get on a plane without one, for example. So these things happen. So you just have to decide what you're prepared to sacrifice. What are you prepared to give up? Because if you want everything, you just have to engage with everything. And if you don't engage with everything, you have to lose things. So that's the way we do it. We try to live as close to nature as we can. We engage with screens as little as possible. I think the big thing I would say to people is if you can throw your smartphone in the sea, well, I would suggest that, but it wouldn't be sustainable, so don't do that. Smash it with a hammer. That would make a big difference, because that particular technology, it shouldn't be called a smartphone, it's a tracking device, and it sits in your pocket, and it's a portal to absolutely everything in the world. And so it's exactly what Huxley told us would come. We can do anything on it, and it's completely addictive. And our whole culture has been radically changed and I think fragmented in about 10 years by these things. And that's without even talking about what's happened to the children. So that's the big thing for me. There are other ones as well, but I would strongly recommend that. And I remember Jaron Lanier, who's one of the Silicon Valley guys who actually these days writes quite anti-technological books because he was a software developer and he could see where it's going. He wrote quite a good manifesto called You Are Not a Gadget, which is worth reading. Somebody said to him, what's the single best thing I could do if I wanted to live a more sustainable life? And he said, get off social media. That's a big deal, right? So where I live in Ireland, within 5 years, 70% of the country's electricity is going to be used by server farms, because Ireland is a kind of digital hub for European companies. So take yourself off social media. It'll probably have as much impact as never getting on a plane. It will also be better for your mental health. So not having social media and not having a smartphone have probably been the two biggest things that we've done in our family, and I would strongly recommend them.
Well, thank you, Paul. As I said, your writings were of great comfort and guidance at the difficult times. So I'm very glad I can thank you personally for that. And please.
Thank you.
Now it's the lunchtime, and you can help yourself with the books there. Well, they are for sale, obviously, but lunchtime, and please come back here in an hour. And
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiit Aleksejev. I'm a writer and a doctoral student here at the EBS Estonian Business School. And I got quoted once, so the day is not entirely failed. Thank you for that, Ardo. And I have the honor and pleasure leading the second part of our conference. It has moved much closer in space now, if not in time, because we will have speakers from Finland and from Estonia. And allow me to introduce Ville-Juhani Sutinen, a Finnish writer, translator, and a philosopher. And in his works, Ville-Juhani addresses a wide range of themes, including ecology, the recent history of the United States and Russia, human migration, in a past and present homelessness, the importance of places and landscapes in remembering the past and creating meanings for a present. Many of Ville-Juhani's works are based on his travels worldwide, cities he has lived in, including Berlin, St. Petersburg, and Berkeley. So Ville-Juhani is a prolific writer and philosopher renowned for translating classics as Aldous Huxley, Virginia Woolf, and Mark Twain. In collaboration with Ville Robonen, he has written a book, The Road of Bones, Louis Dentier, which starts from present-day Russia and ends up in Gulag, exploring this system. In 2022, Ville-Juhani was awarded the Finlandia Prize in Nonfiction for his essay collection Worth the Effort, Essays on Extraordinary Literature. And in 2023 was published Ville-Juhani's The Manual of Disintegrated World, the title which speaks for itself. And today's presentation is about, or the exact title is, Aldous Huxley Island as an ecotopia in a broken world. You are most welcome, Ville-Juhani. Thanks for coming, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here in Estonia again. Estonia seems to be, as we talked earlier today, a kind of island and an ecotopia with high-tech Wi-Fi, of course, involved. So this is a good place to talk about Aldous Huxley's island as an ecotopia. I tried to read Huxley's final novel, Island, as an ecotopia now, and consider how it's connected to the current ecological crisis. It's not often that Huxley is analyzed from the viewpoint of nature and ecology. It's a bit surprising considering that he's usually connected to the utopian and dystopian tradition where ecological themes are common. At the same time, this omission is not so surprising, as Huxley wrote in an era when ecological consciousness was not what it's today. Huxley grew up and lived as an adult in a world where the idea of an environmental collapse was not considered likely. On the other hand, his grandfather, Thomas Henry Huxley, was a prominent biologist and an early defender of Darwin, and Aldous' his brother was Julian Huxley, a secretary of Zoological Society and co-founder of the World Wildlife Fund. Moreover, nature conservation was a topical theme in 1930s industrialized Britain and in 1950s progressive California, where Huxley lived when he was writing Island. This means that Huxley actually was very much in the center of early environmentalism. Thus, eco-critical reading of Huxley, and especially Island, is justified and even needed. As mentioned, utopian novels often have ecological undercurrents. This was true already decades and even centuries before the current ecological crisis. Thomas More's Utopia depicts a state that is climatically favorably located. In Utopia, people live in turn both in the cities and in the countryside, and everything is collectively owned to avoid greediness and hence overconsumption. Huxley's Island is clearly a comment to More. As the name suggests, Island is about utopian enclave in the middle of sea, just like More's Utopia. Like many utopian novels from Butler's Erewhon, which was already mentioned here, to H.G. Wells' Modern Utopia, to both of which Huxley also makes reference in Island. Island is a microcosm or alternative version of society. Plot of the novel is simple. After a shipwreck, journalist Will Farnaby wakes up at the coast of small island, Pala, situated somewhere in the Indian Ocean. He soon familiarizes himself with Pala's inhabitants, society, and philosophy. Island is not so much a literary artwork, but a playground where Huxley can bring forward his ideas about good life and good society. It could be actually called an essay novel, as the long discussions Will has with the locals remind small essays on society. In the beginning, Will is a cynical journalist with deep personal trauma, special correspondent paid to travel around the world and report on the current horrors, as he himself says. But his time in Pala makes Will see the real world and appreciate the beauty of it, and value also ecological life. This is what Huxley hopes will happen to the reader of the novel. Ecology is not the main theme of Island, but it is an important trend through most of the chapters. This connects the novel also to current discussion on ecological crisis and collapse. As we already heard, Huxley could be actually thought as a pioneer of ecology, as the first presentation revealed. But before Island, he wasn't that keen to press on the ecological themes. But in Brave New World, which was published in 1932, and which also belongs to the utopian dystopian tradition, nature is very much present and also absent. It lurks all the time behind the dystopian world state. In the beginning of the novel, it's merely the antithesis of highly developed technical life. People are not born naturally in Brave New World, but fostered in artificial wombs. Here Huxley underlines how the most elementary natural function, pregnancy and birth, are mechanized and turned into highly unnatural processes. Aversion to nature is also part of the conditioning program of the world state. One of the conditioners explains that because a love of nature keeps no factories busy, as we heard already, people are programmed to hate the nature by showing them flowers and giving them electric shocks at the same time. In world state, then, nature is not something to protect, but something to shun and even abhor. This is highlighted even more in the savage reservations depicted later in the novel. Savage reservations are restricted areas of more or less natural state where native people lead almost barbarian life. One of the characters who has been raised in there is even referred to as Mr. Savage. Savage reservations don't represent idyllic nature. On the contrary, they have all the diseases and unhygienic conditions that the world state has gotten rid of, as we heard already before. In reservations, people are moreover born naturally. But at the same time, they seem to be happy there, especially in the eyes of the main character. In the Savage Reservation, one can see a comment also on the conservational ideas of the 1930s. Huxley predicts that if people try to protect pristine nature while living in advanced technical society, they only manage to create small pockets of idealized wilderness, and everything else is destroyed. This is pretty much where we are right now, so Huxley was right. In the deeper level, Brave New World suggests that society and nature have been irreversibly separated as mankind has progressed. Behind this separation, one can also sense an idea about nature's power to remind us our connection to it, and hence to save us from ourselves, especially when Huxley depicts the intimacy of breastfeeding. Sorry, I forgot a few slides here already. Now we got this. The idea of nature's redeeming power, however, is not very clear in Brave New World, especially if we compare it to the other British classic of utopian dystopian tradition, George Orwell and his 1984. In Orwell's novel, the protagonist finds freedom in the nature. Countryside outside the city, called Golden Country, is also the place where he discovers real love. For Orwell, nature is rugged, even a bit wild, but all the more authentic because of that. Orwell's ideal nature stemmed from this solitary retreat at Barnhill at Jura Island, which we can see there, in Scotland, where he wrote 1984. It was very British pastoral. Instead, Huxley's ideal nature was more like Western idea of remote beach paradise. Island's Pala was partially based on the real island of Palau in Oceania at the Pacific Ocean. It was a different kind of utopia, without Western nostalgia. So, in 1984, pastoral is a way to resist totalitarianism, whereas in Brave New World, totalitarian state controls or tries to control even the nature. Island is a sort of comment and counterpoint to Brave New World. Many things that are used to evil in Brave New World, like religion and drugs, are used in the service of good in Island. This goes also for the nature. It could be said that in Brave New World, the nature is not something that redeems, but something that threatens one, although differently than the city. In Island, however, the nature is safe haven and part of wholesome human life, and thus to be protected. Evidently, Huxley had had enough of dystopia in the 1950s. He wanted to imagine a good future. In times of crisis like COVID epidemics or Russia's war at Ukraine, dystopian novels are often brought forward as precursors of current events. Literature, especially utopian and dystopian literature, is generally used in probing not only probable, but also possible and even impossible futures. Author and researcher Paul Dobracik suggests that we need literature so we can imagine different futures in time of ecological collapse, also good futures. Climate change fictions fill the gap, making room for other kind of forecasts, not of a predictive nature, but centered on the creation of future narratives, stories that we can latch onto in terms of imagining what it would be like to live in these possible future worlds. These fictions are not suggesting mere resignation in the face of the threat of rising floodwaters or that political, economical, and social life should remain as it is. Rather, they demonstrate the change, the kind of transformational change that is and will be undoubtedly required of us in the face of new global climatic order. Can only come about by showing us how to live that change, rather than merely accept that it is necessary. In Brave New World, Huxley imagined a future that was based partly on good intentions, but had gone too far and had made slaves of people and destroyed nature. In Island, on the other hand, he imagined a future world where people would need less and could live in harmony with the nature. Although ecological concerns are not dominating the narrative of Island, balance with nature is present throughout the novel as the basis of wholesome life. In this sense, Island could be called a green utopia or an ecotopia. Island was published in 1962. The concept of ecotopia was developed 13 years later in Ernst Callenbach's novel Ecotopia. In the book, Callenbach presents an idea of ecologically sustainable world. Similar ideas were in the bud already in Huxley's novel. Again, we can explain some of Huxley's ecological ideas by the context. In the end of the 1930s, soon after Brave New World, Huxley had moved to the United States and California, as we heard. And he lived there through 1940s and 1950s. Callenbach was also living in California from 1955 onwards and wrote Ecotopia there. We should also mention another Californian, Ursula Le Guin, and her 1974 Green Utopia, Dispossessed. Both Ecotopia and Dispossessed were probably influenced by Island and Huxley, and all these books were influenced by the environmental thinking of California during the 1950s. Moreover, Rachel Carson's powerful eco-critical non-fiction book Silent Spring was published in 1962, same year than Island. In Ireland, we see a step towards deep, even religious reverence of nature. In 1962, same year that the book was published, Huxley wrote in a letter to his brother Julian, "If we didn't pretty quickly start thinking of human problems in ecological terms rather than in terms of power politics, we should very soon be in a bad way." Apart from the progressive ecological movement, another context for Huxley's environmental ideas was indeed religious. From 1930s onward, he was involved with the Hinduist Vedanta Society of Southern California. At the time he wrote Island, he was deeply immersed in the Eastern philosophy, and ideas of Hinduism and Buddhism are explicitly addressed in the novel. In Buddhism, all life is cherished both for itself and for the good of humans. This is why Buddhists are vegetarians and respect nature. This tradition has continued hundreds of years before eco-friendly notions of the West, and it made its way to California just when Huxley was living and writing there. Protecting nature didn't mean that the technical progress had to be totally abandoned. On the contrary, Huxley thought that Buddhism and Western science had much in common and could work together to create a better world. This is apparent in Ireland, where Pala is Buddhist and at the same time highly technical. Ireland merges East and West, technology and nature. It sort of combines the best qualities of the world state and savage reservations from the brave new world. In his dystopian novel, Huxley had thought that developed society and natural lifestyle were incompatible. In the utopian Ireland, they merge into a harmony. Pala has two founders, the British Navy surgeon Andrew MacPhail and the 19th century King Murugan. Their West and East, science and religion literally meet, but can they live together only in a secluded island? How then are the ideals of green utopia and ecotopia visible in Pala? First of all, it's sparsely populated. Overpopulation was one topic that Huxley was very concerned about in the 1950s and 1960s. In Ireland, modern science provides birth control to people, so families usually have 2 or mostly 3 children. Agriculture in the island is small scale and based on cooperational principles. Same is true with commerce. Thus, there is no unhealthy competition or overconsumption, and nobody is richer than others. Moreover, there is no war or army in Pala, so people don't have to spend time and energy in preparing to fight each other or outsiders. There is no dominating church, but broad Buddhist ideals. Palanese are tantric agnostics with Mahayana trimmings, as one of the characters described their rather vague religion. Also, the politics of Pala operate on grassroots level and is therefore environmentally friendly. Dr. Robert from Pala summarizes the Palanese life to will by comparing it to early Soviet Union. Lenin used to say that electricity plus socialism equals communism. Our equations are rather different. Electricity minus heavy industry plus birth control equals democracy and plenty. Electricity plus heavy industry minus birth control equals misery, totalitarianism, and war. Huxley doesn't mention environmentally friendly lifestyle here explicitly, but all its preconditions are realized. No polluting heavy industry or overpopulation, and equality that leads to harmonious life. Later in the novel, we learn more about environmentally sustainable life. In one chapter, Will visits a school. Principal explains to him how children are educated to live ecologically. How early do you start your science teaching? We started at the same time as we start multiplication and division. First lessons in ecology. Ecology, isn't that a bit complicated? That's precisely the reason why we begin with it. Along ecology and nature, pupils learn also about animal rights. The Palanese children are also repeatedly depicted with animals in Ireland. At one point, we'll ask from the spiritual teacher, Vijaya, "You people seem to be on remarkably good terms with the local fauna." Vijaya nodded. Pala is probably the only country in which animal theologian would have no reason to believe in devils. For animals everywhere else, Satan, quite obviously, is Homo sapiens. The idea of animal welfare is derived straight from Buddhism. Along Buddhist line, teachers also advise school children that everything in the world, plants, animals, and humans, are connected. The principle states, never give children a chance of imagining that anything exists in isolation. Make it plain from the very first that all living is in relationship. Show them relationship in the woods, in the fields, in the ponds and streams, in the village and the country around it. Rub it in. We shall be permitted to live on this planet only for as long as we treat nature with compassion and intelligence. Elementary ecology leads straight to elementary Buddhism. Here, Huxley is explicit on his environmental ideas, and here we can see that island is an ecotopia. Behind the eco-friendly lifestyle of Pala, there is awareness of aforementioned interconnectedness. This awareness is at the same time learned and natural, taught and innate, scientific and Buddhist. But good being is in the knowledge of who one is in relation to all experience, the teacher explains to Will. So be aware, aware in every context at all times, and whatever creditable or discreditable, pleasant or unpleasant you may be doing or suffering. This is the only genuine yoga, the only spiritual exercise worth practicing. Ultimately, the awareness of the world and its complicated relations lead to responsible actions, Märt Huxley. Furthermore, Ireland is highly critical on Western lifestyle, especially consumer culture. Already in the first chapter, we learned that oil companies like Southeast Asia Petroleum, Shell, Royal Dutch and Standard of California are trying to buy the island. They have already bought the neighboring island and begun drilling oil and importing Western culture there. So the utopia is vulnerable to begin with. In highly symbolical scene, Will finds young local Murugan pretending to read Principles of Ecology, a book all Palanese have to learn. But actually, Murugan is reading a different kind of book, which he tries to hide, and I quote. Will pulled the ponderous volume out of the back and laid it on the table. Sears Roebuck and Company, Spring and Summer Catalogue, he read aloud. It's last year's, said Murugan, but I don't suppose there's been much change since. There, Will assured him, you are mistaken. If the styles weren't completely changed every year, there'd be no reason for buying new things before the old ones are worn out. You don't understand the first principle of modern consumerism. It doesn't get really interesting, said Murugan, until the nearly end of the book. It has 1,358 pages, he added. Imagine, 1,358. Although Western progress and science has its pros, like ecological high-tech and birth control, there are also cons. The fundamental question Huxley asks is, are we capable to take only good parts of it and leave out the bad ones? Or is Western culture a whole package one has to accept? It seems that in the Pala it is possible to pick the best parts and retain natural lifestyle. But Ireland is always connected to a larger world. As Buddha teaches, nothing can live in isolation. In larger world, and even in the neighboring island, it seems that Western advantages inevitably arrive with Western disadvantages, and they begin to threaten Pala too. Huxley's take on globalization is ambiguous. He seems to think that progress should spread as far as possible, but at the same time he fears that it shall destroy small-scale ecological balance. Some people in Pala realize and even hope and wait that their island will be changed too. So Pala will have to be changed, is that your conclusion? Mr. Bahu nodded, radically. Root and branch, said the Rani with a prophet's sadistic gusto. And for two reasons, Mr. Bahu went on. First, because it simply isn't possible for Pala to go on being different from the rest of the world. And second, because it isn't right that it should be different. One place cannot exclude itself from the rest of the world. Everything is connected, especially when it comes to ecology. As mentioned, it seems to be easier to imagine a bad world than a good one. Brave New World was a compelling book because it is a dystopia and it foresees a tragedy. Readers are drawn to apocalypse, not better future. Island, for its part, is often seen as a bit naive and even slack book. The reason is that it's utopia and predicts a good world, which is not so interesting. it is easier for us to imagine the end of the world than the way it could continue. On the other hand, we are now living the dystopia. The future that was depicted in many utopian dystopian novels of the 20th century is already here. We might not realize it, but if we compare Brave New World or 1984 to life in 2020s, we can see that the milieu is much the same as is the all pervasive power of informational technology. So maybe we don't need stories of current poor situation as much as dreams of better future. Island is not actually a novel with a cohesive storyline, but a philosophical, political and ecological meditation in the guise of a novel. It's composed mostly of dialogue, where things are discussed and explained. Huxley is using Plato's dialogue method in sketching his utopia. Additionally, he sometimes reads about Pala from the books in the island. Island, arguably, is not the most elegant or bookish novel. But then maybe that is part of what Huxley was after. Simplicity is not vice, but virtue. It takes courage to be plain and straightforward. Huxley actually addresses this problem in Island. In his opinion, difficult literature belongs to an incomplete world and is not needed in utopia. Will makes a conclusion about art in Pala. Literature is incompatible with a lot of other features besides your climate, incompatible with human integrity, incompatible with philosophical truth, incompatible with individual sanity and decent social system, incompatible with everything else except dualism, criminal lunacy, impossible aspiration, and unnecessary guilt. So, literature is a symptom, or a way to cope with the symptom, and when the disease disappears, it is not needed anymore. In Ireland, children are messengers of this brave new simplicity and hopeful naivety. They are present in the novel from the beginning to the end, and they often serve as guides to Will. In a way, Will also finds his own inner child in the course of the novel, especially when he is meditating. Susila looked down at Will's face on the pillow. It seemed suddenly very young, childlike in its perfect serenity. The frowning lines across the forehead had disappeared. The lips that had been so tightly closed in pain were parted now, and the breath came slowly, softly. For Huxley, the ideal state of being is childlike harmony with the nature and other beings. This harmony, however, is all the time threatened by the fragility of Pala. It is the best possible world inside an imperfect universe. In reality, there are also bad things. When one becomes conscious of the reality in its entirety, as Palanese tried to do, and knows oneself, one is conscious of the negative too. Huxley's solution to this paradox seems too easy. Enlightenment reveals, but at the same time consolidates tragedies. Apart from that consolidation, a good world needs public health care and social reform to function, as Huxley writes. Although Huxley wishes to imagine a perfect world in Ireland, he realizes it is not possible. We can see this already from the motto in the beginning of the book by Aristotle. In framing an ideal, we may assume what we wish, but should avoid impossibilities. Utopia is always more like an example and an ideal than a plan to be realized in the real world. Huxley seems to say that if we want, we can be better. This can be noticed even from the name of the protagonist, Will, which means that one is willing to change and be good. In the end, it's up to us. The most elementary requirement for good life, according to Huxley's Island, is knowledge and awareness. In Pala, there are minor birds that fly around the island repeating attention and here and now. Here Huxley is saying that we know we are in crisis, but we don't pay attention to it. That's what you always forget, isn't it? Tells Susila to Will in the novel. I mean, you forget to pay attention to what's happening, and that's the same as not being here and now. The stress on the awareness of what makes Island a timely book in this highly technical but ecologically unsustainable world of ours. We know we are living in a crisis, but we are not aware of it. There's a big difference in these two things. According to Huxley, nature can teach how to live in this kind of world. The spiritual teacher of Pala, Vijaya, trains people in the yoga of the jungle. In it one becomes totally aware of life at near point, jungle life in all its exuberance and its rotting, crawling squalor, all its melodramatic ambivalence of orchids and centipedes, of leeches and sunbirds, of the drinkers of nectar and the drinkers of blood. Life bringing order out of chaos and ugliness, life performing its miracles of birth and growth, but performing them, it seems, for no other purpose than to destroy itself. Beauty and horror, beauty and horror. At the end of the novel, modernity, the machine, arrives to Pella, but there remains a flicker of hope, all the same. Disregarded in the darkness, the fact of enlightenment remained. The roaring of the engines diminished, the squeaking rhetoric lapsed into inarticulate murmur as the intruding noises died away. Out came the frogs again, out came the interruptible insects, out came the mynah birds. Karuna, karuna, and a semi-lower tone, attention. The novel ends with Huxley's recommendation to love the world and pay attention. After seeing that we can be good as the people of Pala in the island, it is easier to be good in real life, Huxley states. Thank you.
Thank you, Ville-Juhani, for this presentation, which was a reminder as well. So, and valuable it was. Is there any questions from the audience? Yes, Paul, please.
Actually, I'm going to ask you the question that you asked me, because I couldn't answer it. So, given everything you've just said, so he's got an idea of what utopia is, but he also recognises it's kind of impossible to build it, but we should long for it anyway. So why does he live in California? Is this for him? Is this just an intellectual exercise, do you think, or does he really want to do it? Does he ever think it's possible, or is it just in his head?
Yeah, it's like you mentioned before your own presentation, that it's nice to imagine worlds when you are a child, and I think actually Huxley is going back to that child mode here. He uses children as the messengers, and he likes to be naive in a like realistic way. And in a way, this is a fantasy novel, of course. It could be actually read very cynically, like not possible to realize. But then there is the hope that flickers in the end. So maybe if you give this example, some time in the future, somebody in the future might live like that. But basically, yes, I see it more like a mental exercise than blueprint for the real world.
And sorry, just one more, because there's a sense of ambiguity about this world control thing going on as well with him, because obviously in Brave New World, world control is a very bad thing, but then for this global utopia to be possible, some degree of it is needed as well. So what do you think, does he come to any kind of conclusion about that, or is it just something that, again, he's not sure what to do with?
I think in Ireland he goes more to the direction of like local enterprise, local ecology, local economy, local food. But then he also realizes that there has to be some kind of framework to it to function. So we go back to the Wi-Fi in the utopian island. So for the Wi-Fi to function, you need something more than only the island. But then, yeah, I think that is a paradox. And as I mentioned, Huxley uses the mysticism as an escape for the answering that question. He goes back to the Buddhist ideas, and then the Enlightenment somehow just consolidates it. And that's too easy solution. And here we are again with the question that what to do, what is the actual thing we have to do, and even Huxley cannot answer that.
Have you any idea how to be more conscious and not to escape to island and to illusions?
Yeah, this is actually a thing I've been thinking today, that is escape a bad thing or not? Because as we talked earlier in the lunch, that in Estonia, like in Finland, many people at summertime escape to the summer cottages and to the countryside. And it's a way to make peace with living with the city the rest of the year. And I think that kind of escape is actually needed. We need some kind of escape, and it's not denying the reality, but it's somehow making a peace with it and then making somehow realistic how we should live in there. But then again, I don't believe in escaping to nature, like you would just leave everything behind, like the guy with the bicycle. You need something at least with modern society. I need the Wi-Fi. So I want to go to nature. I like nature. I love forest. But of course, I need the Wi-Fi to do my work. And that's the paradox. But it's also the starting point where to consider how to live with this kind of paradoxes, because we don't necessarily have to make a solution like great ideas. We can just learn to live with the paradox or the inconcretity.
Is there any more questions? Yeah, please. Fire away.
Thank you. I don't really, it's not going to be a very well formulated question because it's not really clear in my head, but I'm asking this almost from a selfish perspective. It comes back to this question of what to do. Robin was saying at the start that trying to merge sort of societal and humanities with a business or a very active education in a certain way is a dangerous undertaking. And it is a dangerous undertaking because it's what you would call a sort of a vita activa or an active life approach versus a vita contemplativa or a more reflecting approach. So the frustration, it's almost an asking for an advice. So in a setting where we are largely educating people who are men and women of action, they're not just men and women of let's reflect and not do anything on the one hand. Yet on the other hand, there is very clearly now, because what you call in economics negative externalities are becoming so great around us that they need to take it into account. So I would almost ask for an advice in light of what you were outlining for Aristotle. How do you frame and put together something where you actually encourage action, and action often is just reacting to opportunity, whilst at the same time keeping in mind that there is an issue which nobody is able to solve on their own, where there is a certain helplessness about it. I mean, I have many friends who focus on an active life simply because they say, yes, there are problems all around us, I can't do anything about them, so I'm not going to, waste my time or depress myself just to think about it. So the question is, how do you blend the two? Or how would you suggest that we blend the two? Because you see it in Huxley. He starts off with an ironic social critique when he is young. Yeah. He then descends into a period where he says, look, screw all of this, I'm going to focus on the inner life, on spirituality, on the self. And it's interesting, at the end, he goes back in a certain way to describing this utopia. The problem is that human life is short. Most of the problems that we're dealing with are much larger, and they're also not solvable by one person. So in short, how would you suggest that we approach informing and encouraging people whose mood is very active, very get up and do, and react to opportunities to actually be, I guess, more responsible? Because the takeaway is always there really is no solution, at least for me.
This is a question I could talk an hour about. And actually, my recent book that did also mention, the Manual for Living in a Broken World, it's mostly an essay collection about how to be able to, not to give hope and be active in a world that is broken, and how to adapt. And I think, for me, the answer now, at least, is some kind of adaptation. I don't think we can go away from the machine. We cannot escape it totally, but we shouldn't also embrace it like it's the most beautiful thing ever. But to adapt to it somehow, say that it's okay that the machine is there, but still we can do some other things than just hang out with the machine. And I think Huxley actually had some similar ideas in Ireland, and he's not that explicit about them because I guess he wasn't sure how to answer, how to give answers to the problem. But he had ideas about this combination of local and global, natural and technology. They can be combined. It's not maybe static state of combination. It's not the big answer to every problem, but it changes all the time. And I think that's something we are good at as human beings. We can adapt to different situations. It's also, of course, a curse to us because we adapt to the most crazy things, like warming climate. We adapt to it easily, and then we don't realize that it's warming or too warm already. But then this adaptation can be used also in a good way, so we can adapt to the warming climate in a way that we don't warm it more than we want to. And at the same time, we have to accept that it's warming. So we have to live in the borderline paradox kind of state all the time and just be okay with it, or try to be okay with it.
Yes, there is one more from Pablo, please.
I was wondering, what role do you see for the political in this discussion on what to do with the machine? Because it strikes me as odd that in the discussions we've been having, we outright dismiss the political by, I believe, mistakenly identifying it with politics. It's not the same, but every issue of power is about making others do, and the machine is making people do things, which betrays its political nature. Do you see any role or any place for the political, or how to tackle in?
Yes, that's also, as we discussed already earlier, the politics seems to be more disconnected from everyday life nowadays. So, and even Huxley has his problems with the world state. Of course, world state seems to be a negative thing, but then he acknowledges that we need some kind of guidance, we need limits, and as Paul was also talking about limits, so we could actually use government to give us some limits. But then we are dangerously close to the Soviet Union kind of thing, that government restricts everything, and we don't want that maybe. So it's actually totalitarianism would be really good for ecology. So, you know, the Soviet Union or North Korea are probably quite green countries in a way. Because there was no overconsumption, but that's not the solution. It's ridiculous to think that without consumption everything is good. So we need politics, like real politics in European Union. We need to give restrictions to people. Yes, that's how I think. But these restrictions should be humane and they should be understood by everybody that this is good for us, not something that the Big Brother says that we should do for no reason at all. So yes, it's needed. It's needed to conduct life in a way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Our next and the last speaker before the award ceremony and the roundtable is from Estonia, because nation has to stand up against all these brilliant foreign speakers. So Märt Väljataga is the editor-in-chief of Vikerkaar magazine and one of Estonia's leading translators and cultural thinkers. And his range includes poetry, philosophy, social theory, and literary criticism. Märt Väljataga is an example of committed intellectual, an écrivain engagé, who has repeatedly defended the miserable situation of Estonian writers. Thank you so much for that. He focuses on translating English literary classics, for which he has been recognized 5 times, Golden Apples of Cultural Endowment, which is the annual prize, our highest literary award. And in 2024, he was awarded with prize for translating Yeats' poetry anthology Symbols. And Märt Väljataga's presentation title is Ants Oras and Aldous Huxley, a one-way dialogue. Thank you very much for coming, Märt, and please, it's all yours.
Dear friends of Aldous Huxley and his work, my presentation is our talk is more of a pedestrian nature. It's not so future-oriented, but oriented rather to the past. And I'm going to talk about such one-way fascination which a leading scholar and philologist of the 20th century, Ants held towards Aldous Huxley. But before coming to this topic, I have to make a kind of historical detour or introduction. And the most unthinkable thing, I think, of the 20th century was the Great War, or the First World War. In comparison with the First World War, all the later squabbles between totalitarian states and later the Cold War between different world systems are minor and predictable, or more thinkable things indeed. But this catastrophe of 1914, when the major powers of Europe and the empires agreed to destroy themselves and went into a war to commit suicide. It was the most amazing thing indeed which had happened. And this cataclysm had consequences which were felt for a long time, and maybe they are felt even now. One of these was a kind of positive consequence without which at least 1 million of people in this part of Europe can't even imagine their lives. It was the birth of the Republic of Estonia in 1918. And it was a kind of unexpected result of this catastrophe that a nation could have its own nation state. Another thing which was probably more widely felt and acknowledged was a new kind of mentality. That the First World War gave birth to a new, disillusioned, skeptical, cynical mentality that questioned the ideals of the previous generation, which had caused this greatest conflagration in Europe. This atmosphere of cultural disillusionment and spiritual disorientation was part of and expressed by Aldous Huxley's work. Maybe there is a kind of Huxley renaissance right now going on. I think that it probably is a surprising thing that during many decades of the 20th century, Huxley was considered to be one of the most important European writers, but around the turn of the millennium, his star seemed to have faded. I think in 2001 there was a review in Times Literary Supplement, and the cover text was, "Did Aldous Huxley think?" And the implicit answer was no. He didn't. He had only attitudes, but he was not a deep thinker. It was written by the biographer of E.M. Forster, P.N. Furbank, a brilliant essayist. And so during the turn of the millennium, it seemed that Huxley is not as important as he used to be, although when all the books of the most important books of the 20th century or of millennium were compiled by various journalistic channels, then Brave New World popped up each time, and it has always remained relevant. This probably somehow sloppily written dystopia has a very clever and penetrating idea. What price does a society pay when unhappiness is made impossible through technical or rather chemical means? By the way, there is now a blockbuster movie running in Estonian cinemas, a black comedy, Tulnukas 2, Alayan 2, which seems to be clearly based on the very same idea. There is a savage, Valdis, and the dystopia, which is put into 3 years in the future, is somehow similar to the one Huxley described in Brave New World. Instead of soma pills, they take some other drugs, but still in order to avoid unhappiness as a kind of, for both of these authors of the film and of the novelist, as a kind of essential condition of being human. Anyway, the fate of the Republic of Estonia seems to have fared as well as Huxley's literary renown, or perhaps even better. When Estonia's, the Republic's youth coincided with the peak of Huxley's literary fame between the wars, but then this political entity was hit by destruction and apparent death, until it rose again from the ashes in the last decade of the 20th century, and now seems to endure as firmly as Huxley's reputation. But one of the first moves in the sphere of education of this young republic was to establish Estonian language university. The University of Tartu was established in the 17th century, initially as a Latin-speaking institution, then it was re-established in the early 19th century as first a German language institution, later a Russian language institution, but in 1920 the decision was made to make it an Estonian language institution. But of course the main problem was the lack of workforce, as the Estonian intelligentsia of the early 20th century was very small in number, and even for example, English influences were almost totally unknown. Estonian culture had developed in the shadow of German literature and in the conditions of Russian bureaucracy and education. Activists of the Young Estonia nor Eesti movement, who were born in the 1880s, they tried to enrich the atmosphere by introducing French and Nordic influences. But English speakers were extremely rare. Georg Meri, born in 1900, and later a great translator of Shakespeare, recalled that in Tallinn Realschule, a Baltic German teacher who had studied in Oxford taught English but had completely forgotten English pronunciation. For purely geopolitical reasons, orientation towards Great Britain was of vital importance for the Republic of Estonia. After all, Great Britain had supported Estonian independence efforts, and the Royal Navy had assisted Estonia in the War of Independence against the Red Army. But alongside political and economic reasons, there were also purely cultural grounds for the new importance of English language and culture. English classical and modern literature was discovered both in its highbrow and lowbrow forms. One of the main promoters of broadening the cultural horizon was a young Anglicist translator, literary scholar and critic Ants Oras. From his very youth, Oras was fluent. He was born in Tallinn, and he was fluent, as it was said, in 3 local languages, meaning Estonian, German, and Russian. And but later he became kind of ambassador of the English spirit in Estonia, an energetic propagandist and popularizer. His cultural and philological activities were not limited to English literature. He was an active book critic, supporter of younger poets. In addition to English authors, he translated Pushkin, Heinrich Heine, Goethe, Molière, Baudelaire, Finnish and Swedish poets. He wrote academic treatises. Here is a selection of his books. The first one is not actually very informative. Half of it didn't fit into the frame, but it's Paul's Pattern in Elizabethan and Jacobean drama, and it was published in 1960 in Florida, or in Gainesville, Florida. But other, you can get an idea of the range of his academic topics. In 1923, Oras defended his master thesis in Tartu on the topic Statistical Inquiry into the Use of Color Names in the Longer Poems of Shelley. I think he later reworked it into this monograph on some aspects of Shelley's poetic imagery. And he then studied at the University of Leipzig, and from 1925 till 1928 at Oxford University on a scholarship from the University of Tartu. His dissertation, Milton's Editors and Commentators, was first published in 1930s, but it had went through very many reprints. Debates on cultural orientations continued in Estonia into the 1930s. The main question was which foreign language should be the primary one in Estonian schools. The general preference leaned towards English, and Oras participated in these debates, highlighting the advantages of English spirit and political culture in several of his writings. The interwar period was still a time when making broad generalizations about national character and mentality was not discouraged. And in a questionnaire conducted by the literary magazine Looming, Oras wrote, I quote now, "The English literature is the richest of all spiritual treasure troves, surpassing French in vitality, not inferior to it in finesse, and surpassing all others in future prospects, especially considering that America, despite its barbaric Hollywood, increasingly approaches this cultural ideal every year thanks to the remarkably hard work done there to achieve it. English culture combines the characteristics of Germanic and Romance spirits more perfectly than any other, as clearly demonstrated by the English language. Through it, we would acquire the oldest cultural traditions of Europe while also entering the most lively and dynamic actuality. Even if we completely disregard the practical advantages achieved through the English language, The greatest nationalists, Mussolini's Italians and Hitler's Germans, eagerly learn English. Both the past and the future primarily compel us to orient ourselves towards England, whose commercial activity and practicality are remarkably combined with refined idealistic spirituality. How else could the English have created the world's greatest poetry? And he answers to this rhetorical question in another essay from the mid-30s on English poetry and Estonian mentality. Oras continues there along the same lines, I quote, "The ethical element plays a very important role in the English psyche. This is difficult to overestimate. The practical moral attitude towards life developed from Puritanism makes itself felt at every step in the English national character, but less apparent to us, contrasting with this as if under the influence of some palins, is this complementary phenomenon, a divinely irresponsible, airy, careful, free joy, which English poetry and literature in particular offer in a quite unique quality." Although Ants Ora's heart belonged to poetry, the great poets of the Renaissance and Romanticism, he introduced modernists and contemporary English novelists such as Hardy, Wells, Chesterton, Lawrence, Forster, Woolf in long essays in Looming magazine. But he didn't write about any of his contemporaries as much as enthusiastically and with such a passion as about Aldous Huxley, whom he valued as a novelist, short story writer, and essayist. From the beginning of 1927 until the 1938, three Huxley's novels and stories were published in Ora's translation. This was the first one. It's a novella or a long short story, Farcical History of Richard Greenough, which was published in 1928, and more voluminous work, the novel Those Barren Leaves, which appeared only 8 years after it was published in the original. Oras, he translated 3 stories, among them Those Barren Leaves, and he discussed Huxley's work in 4 long essays. What could it be that so fascinated a young Estonian critic about a writer 6 years his senior, apart from generational proximity? In a moment, I'll come to it. Actually, Oras explains this at length in his essays, but before approaching them, I would mention one personal parallel in parallel tragedies in both men's life. The shocking suicide of Aldous Huxley's older brother Noel Drevenen in 1914, when Aldous was 20 years old, was a trauma which resurfaced symptomatically everywhere in his later fiction. On the other hand, Ants Ora's younger brother, Wilhelm, shot himself dead in the spring of the same year, 1925, when Ants was heading to Oxford. Oras does not mention Huxley family tragedy in his essays. He may not have been aware of it, although in the gossip-laden atmosphere of Oxford, news of it could have reached him. And the first time Oras talks about Huxley in press is a cultural review sent from Oxford to the newspaper Postimees at the end of 1926. the contemporary English essayist and post-war English intellectual life. The piece begins with a plea or apology to the essay genre or essayistic way of thinking, and Horace writes, and then he comes to Aldous Huxley. Horace writes, this youngster and professorial offspring whose every new book puts the un-Bohemian public in anxiety and whose emancipation has already progressed so far as to publicly acknowledge the superfluity of the obligatory evening dress smoking, even in better circles, a very bold step in England indeed, reflects the mood of the present literary generation of his characteristic book On the Margin. And Horace continues, Huxley has hit upon one of the central shortcomings of English contemporary intellectual life. There is a lack of deeper romanticism, conviction, and hence compelling enthusiasm, perhaps less than everywhere in the world, but still very significantly. The finely honed intellect doubts, dissects, mocks, describes the visible world with almost unprecedented nuances, has trained language to be rich and flexible, but cannot handle central issues in most cases and remains hovering in the air. Somewhat prophetically, Horace dwells on Huxley's views on mysticism. Huxley admits, it was then in 1926, Huxley admits that mysticism is necessary for certain experiences that cannot be achieved without belief in mysticism, but denies the credibility of this mysticism. It is no wonder that even in England, weak light begins to be dawned from the East and Dostoevsky becomes more and more influential, but it is characteristic that even here there is no convinced engagement with it. Mysticism is initially aestheticizing, except for the mysticism of the Freudians, represented by David Herbert Lawrence, but there is still no creator of the new spiritual world. This is Huxley's conclusion, and life moves on in refined but slightly bleak skepticism. Does the strong, life-grasping ethical character of the English come to the aid of art here? Horace ends with this question. There are dim, vague signs. 5 years later, in a long essay, Aldous Huxley's work, Horace varies the following thoughts regarding Huxley. Again, a quote. Intellectualism, scientific hostility, dodgy illusions, courage, even the courage to indulge in one's impulses, irony against vulgarity, the self-irony in cases of vulgarity one perpetrates oneself, all while exhibiting artistic skill that elevates vulgarity to a higher level. These are some of the Huxley's main characteristics. He is one of the most conscious, sharpest, and often most cynical figures in contemporary English literature. However, in everything there seems to be a legacy, a rich, deeply appropriated aesthetic and intellectual culture. Horace introduces Huxley's work up to the novels Point Counterpoint and Brave New World. The latter Horace rates quite low in terms of artistic and psychological aspects, although it should be admitted that that conceptually that has stood the test of time, the past. Horace concludes this 1932 essay with the words, "The former dandy and flirter with ideas and moods has risen to become a European responsible literary master. Perhaps he has not attempted to extinguish his frivolity and carnality, but he has matured into a penetrating, serious observer of life. He is sometimes accused of negativity. True, he does not offer a positive life improvement plan, but it is evident that he prefers penetration through ice over sliding on the surface, no matter where. His recent work proves this. He usually does not try to capture truth with paradoxical, startling fantasies, but through true imaginative and intellectual immersion. It cannot be blamed on him if his intellect does not allow him to console himself with journalistic ersatz philosophies and convince himself in step-by-step self-help aids in the style of Émile Coué. Huxley is not only an artist, but he consciously seeks to grasp the essence of contemporary life, pierce its boils, and see its positive sparks, and he increasingly tends to see the latter in simple and unadulterated humanity, which must be the basis for everything else. 4 years later, the review essay Aldous Huxley's recent production begins as follows. Aldous Huxley is becoming more and more a central figure in English literature. Although only 42, he seems to already embody an entire literary era. The review focuses on the travelogue Beyond the Mexican Bay and the novel Eyeless and Gazer, the plot of which is extensively retold. Horace says, in short, his idea is pacifism and the doctrine of non-resistance. Gathering enough moral strength, he even hints at physical recipes for this, to dare not to strike back when someone strikes you, and if you are not killed beforehand, you will eventually take away all the psychological weapons from the opponent, infecting him with your state of mind. And Horace turns one last time towards Huxley in an essay from 1938 titled Aldous Huxley on the Crossroads, Views on the Nature of Ideals and Their Realization, published in the magazine Academia. It begins in a manner already typical of Horace. None of the younger English prose writer has managed to captivate the entire civilized world to the extent that Aldous Huxley has. However, Horace then refers to some Italian and a certain German critic, Hobbes, who are not as fascinated because of they are fascist-minded, and he refers their attitude. The most characteristic feature of Huxley's attitude is the standpoint that the center and measure of all things is formed by the individual, the unanchored objectivity of materialism, which by nature and essence shows and knows no value standards, but is always purely observational, descriptive, and registrative. Horace thereafter argues against this assessment, pointing to Huxley's quest for ideals in his newer writing, mainly in teachings of nonviolence and pacifism and mystical strivings. No one can, again a quote, no one can probably deny that behind even the greatest cynicism and the most painful sarcasm of Huxley lay a seeker of morality. But he was one of the most typical expressions of the post-war generation's disappointments. The war's appalling, discriminate cruelty had shattered the former reigns of morality. Bloody chaos had destroyed the possibility of belief in fair order. Old taboos seem to have lost the right to exist. They no longer seem to have anything constructive. As superfluous constraints, they appear to hinder natural self-realization. Intellectual honesty seemed to require fearless observation, resulting in a feeling that everything is meaningless. Political and economic systems seemed brutally unjust. Moral regulations appeared as rotting debris of the past order. The foundations of a future, more tolerable world structure were nowhere to be seen. All that remained was either to resign oneself or as coldly as the heart aloud, observe the surrounding grotesque, to satisfy one's curiosity with objectivity of an insect collector. Having escaped taboos, one could freely engage in sexual freedom in one's personal life. Why submit to false morality when it had no existential justification anyway? This was nihilism, but the nihilism of a moralist in despair, constantly searching for even the smallest trace of meaning. The mind dissected the world, which had become a moral corpse, but at the same time, with anguish, dressed in cynicism, it investigated whether there might be a God in this decaying tissue. No God was found. What to do in such a case but eat and drink until physical and with it spiritual demise arrived. Horace reviewed this time focuses on Huxley's essay collection Ends and Means. In this book, Huxley moves towards a search for general synthetic and impersonal religion, for which it became known after World War II. His ideal is a person who has severed ties with the sensory material world and detached from his bodily personality. To achieve this, Huxley recommends small communes of about 30 members, but to reach such a world, humanity must overcome aggression, especially wars. Horace concludes, we have become acquainted with views that no one would have dared to expect from Huxley just a few years ago. The individualist and denier of final values has become a believer in human society's cooperation and a seeker of mystical experiences. In the then international situation of late 30s, Horace remained skeptical of Huxley's pacifism. He says, Huxley's pacifism is not presented as achievable today or tomorrow, rather he makes plans for a longer term in this regard. However, we can occasionally notice that if it were up to him, he would let England disarm even today, no matter what Germany and Italy would do. Considering how unlikely it is that something like that will happen, it can be assumed that this is perhaps only a propaganda tactic to accelerate an almost hopeless attempt. Unfortunately, it seems more like that pacifists would be crushed and militarism would triumph even more undisturbed. The only rational remedy does not seem to be applicable, or is it not? One would like to hope so, but cannot. Unfortunately, one must end with a question mark. That's actually more or less the final sentence of Horace on Huxley. These concluding words of Horace bring irresistibly to mind this hilarious Pelloc's immortal epigram, Pale Ebenezer fought it wrong to fight, but Roaring Bill, who killed him, fought it right. It's titled A Pacifist. After 1938, Hans Horace did not turn back to Huxley. He faced years of challenges, Soviet occupation, interrogation by the NKVD, involvement in resistance movement, and possible contacts with British intelligence during the German occupation, fleeing in 1943 through Finland to Sweden, post-war years in England, where he gave hundreds of speeches and presentations about the tragedy that had befell on Estonia. He wrote a journalistic reportage, Baltic Eclipse, about his ordeals and the ordeals of his country, and worked at Bodleian Library. In 1949, he took up a position at the University of Florida in Gainesville, where he could return to literary work, both in the academic sphere and in the literary life of Estonian refugees. However, contemporary literature and its post-war trends, existentialism, counterculture, the New Age, etc., no longer interested him. He delved deeper and deeper into the past, translating Goethe, Shakespeare, Virgil, and Homeric hymns. The idea of going from Florida to California in order to pay a visit to his former idol probably never occurred to him. He would not have approved Huxley's experiments with psychedelics either, probably. However, there were some young Estonian intellectuals who paid a visit to Huxley's California home, as you can read from the latest issue of Vikerkaar. The grand old man Jan Puhvel, head philologist, there laconically describes one of his visits to Huxley in 1961. The post-war Huxley also noted in 1950, when setting goals for Estonian exile, culture and literature, he wrote, "The veneer of intellectual gold often proved to be quite thin among great nations, and there were great cracks in it too." The post-war Huxley had become a different man too, although seeds of his Philosophia Perennis and psychedelic experiments can be found in his earlier guests. But, for example, when he clearly disapproves the use of drugs in Brave New World, then in Doors of Perception, he has a different attitude. Anyway, in the Soviet Union, Huxley was not completely ignored, quite the opposite, actually. During Stalin's times in the late 40s and 50s, he became the epitome of Western decadence, whose activities were reported in literary journals, mostly via Russian sources, very sarcastically. For example, in this anonymous note, Aldous Huxley preaches obscurantism. There are sentences like that. "The moods of the English decadent are very characteristic of modern bourgeois culture. Hysterical fear of social progress and a desperate cry, 'Time must have a stop,' express the despair of the capitalist order and the classes associated with it in the face of inevitability of history. Time works against them. Therefore, it is necessary to stop time. Grimaces of bourgeois wizards like Huxley cannot deceive the masses. Simple people all over the world have no reason to fear the course of history, which inevitably leads to the victory of socialism." Even in 1964, an anonymous news piece titled Aldous Huxley's Last Book appeared in Looming, announcing the posthumous publication of the essay Literature and Science. A review from Daily Worker is quoted, "Contempt for the masses pervades the entire book. This is the position of a writer who, with almost his entire oeuvre, was a prophet of pessimism and did not believe in humanity." But years passed, winds changed. Until the time of Gorbachev, Huxley's work was not allowed to be translated, but his books became unexpectedly widely available on this side of the Iron Curtain in the 1970s, except for Brave New World, which remained banned until the late 80s. In 1975, the Helsinki Final Accords were signed, recognizing the then existing borders in Europe, but at the same time, the Soviet Union also committed to respecting human rights. The clause of borders naturally worried nationalists because it seemed to secure and make permanent the annexation of Estonia to the Soviet Union. However, the human rights recognition obligation was seized upon by the dissident movement all over the Eastern Europe. The so-called third basket of the Helsinki Agreement aimed to expand cultural exchange. As a result of a foreign language, as a result of this, a foreign language section was opened in a bookstore in Tallinn. You can see a photo from the, 60s or 70s, but at the very background is probably this this foreign language section of the bookstore. And alongside Somerset Maugham, D.H. Lawrence, and others, novels and essays of this Banfer book sign, I think. All these books were made available in Tallinn and Tartu, and in 1976, even the Moscow English language publishing house Progress issued an English edition of Chrome Yellow with Russian preface and lexical notes. All those. So Huxley became widely available in Estonia. The result was somewhat reminiscent of the cargo cult in the Pacific Islands, where ordinary Western objects washed ashore could become the focus of religious ceremonies. Those books, Antique Island and others, were read like bottled messages from a distant, freer, more colorful world. And this Chrome Yellow, with its Russian commentary and lexical notes, incidentally was the first English language novel that I happened to read as a teenager. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much, Märt, for this academic, at the same time sentimental journey, and especially with ending. And Huxley has been fashionable in 80s, I remember, from my university times. There were 3 authors, Hermann Hesse, of course, who else, than Karl Ristikivi and Aldous Huxley.
It's a strange coincidence that Karl Ristikivi, an Estonian author living in Sweden, wrote a novel, not Island, but Island of Miracles, which was published in 1964. I think he was not aware of Huxley's book, but I'm not sure about it.
True, maybe. It's one of the rare utopias.
It's an utopian novel, yes.
But maybe there are questions from the audience, please.
May I ask some few words about the looking for the path and way in Soviet era and from Ugumasing and so on, and looking to the east when Oras, et kui Oras vaatas nagu Anglo-Ameerika ja Saksa maailmas, et kuidas toimus samal ajal nüüd Ugumasingu algusvaade oli nagu ida poole ka ja lõimiv ja ühendas nüüd nagu Inglismaa ja see ida piindoomis juba ja nii edasi, samal ajal mis toimus ja kas oli kontakte Ants Orase ja Ugumasingu ja edasi selle Väli
Ants Oras was not the only mediator of Huxley's thought and books in Estonia, although, of course, people read Huxley without Oras's translations and mediations, and one of those was a theologist of a slightly younger generation, Ugumasing, who has several references to Huxley, mainly positive. He was such a misanthropic figure who didn't like almost any other contemporary thinker, but he was deeply respectful towards Huxley, and he was also very much into science fiction and utopianism. I think that he didn't need Huxley in order to keep himself acquainted with Eastern religions. He was knowledgeable enough to make direct contact or to read the Oriental books in original, but he respected Huxley.
Thank you. As you have surpassed all the time limits, Märt, we have to rush on. But thank you for this presentation.
Aitäh!
And now we have a pretty unique event coming because part of Aldous Huxley Center's mission is to work with readers and writers to be of a younger generation. And Huxley was good at predicting the currents of the future. And this is also one of the reasons why the following generation is essential. They have a privilege seeing this part of the future that people in their 50s, like me, cannot see. They simply live longer. And if we see something, it's only through the glass darkly, as the apostle says. We may end better at time ending, but should we really look forward to that? But Aldous Huxley Center has organized an essay competition, My Huxley, and announcing its results is part of today's conference and venue. And Hardo Pajula and Kaie Metsla will speak more and in detail about that. Please, Hardo and Kaie, illuminate us.
Thank you very much. We have reached the penultimate block of this a rather long day today, and it serves two purposes. Firstly, just to give a little idea what this Aldous Huxley Center is all about, and then obviously the main purpose is to announce the winner of the essay contest. The Aldous Huxley Center is not yet formally in existence. It's just, but informally, it's very much informally we've set up this conference in the first place. What do we know about the semi-mysterious Aldous Huxley Center then? Well, first thing, it is established by two different entities. It's Estonian Business School, which celebrated its 35th anniversary last year. And the second entity is Edmund Burke Society, which is somewhat younger. We're approaching our 8th year. And I can talk from our side what we've done so far, and this assumption obviously is that these activities will carry over to the center. We've worked in the last 6 years very closely with the Estonian Business School. We have two separate course series here. One is Great Books course, which is approaching its 13th season this autumn. And the other course series is The Return of Nature, which is devoted to or introducing thinkers whose views are at variance with the current religious or semi-religious dogmas, most important them being Cartesian psychology, which says that consciousness is encapsulated in our skulls. So these, apart from these two course series, we have a series of podcasts, Estonian language podcasts, 2-hour podcasts, 227 of them have been so far recorded. And since 2020, we also give out a monthly newspaper, which is distributed with the largest Estonian daily newspaper, Postimees, our second strategic partner, and the 43rd issue of this newspaper will be devoted to this particular conference, where all these presentations will be reprinted. And in addition to that, we also have 2 book series which are on the sale there in this room. In the first series, we have approximately 25 books, including Paul Kingsnorth's Savage Gods. And last autumn, we started a new book series, which has so far two books in them. One is the selection of a collection of interviews from our first two seasons of our newspaper, and second book is Mountain of Silence by Kyriakos Markides. And again, from our we see Aldous Huxley Center as a form of deeper and wider cooperation with the Estonian Business School. And as to its activities, time will tell, but we'll certainly have one thing already, well, two things done. Conference is almost done, and the essay contest, competition is completed, and I'll hand over here to Kaia, please.
Thank you. As Tiit and Hardo both mentioned, one of Aldous Huxley Center priorities is work with younger generation. And our aim is to increase their interest in books, both in Aldous Huxley and other authors, and just to encourage them to improve their writing and reading skills. And it was at the end of January when we announced our essay contest, and we invited young people up to age 25 to participate. The theme was My Take on Huxley, and we were really happy to have received so many interesting ideas and thoughts, and it was fascinating to read and understand how young people think, what they are worried about, and what impassions them. Now, young writer, in case you are in the hall and you hear your name, please come here to join us. We have a present from Estonian Business School, and we have also Aldous Huxley book, Philosophia Perennis, to you, where is signatures from Paul Kingsnorth, Robin Hall, Märt Väljataga, and Ville-Juhani Sutinen. So, nominated essays are The Shadow of Humanity, Conscious and Unconscious Propaganda, Katrinka Josephine Savimägi. My Huxley, Mait Filipotsi. Science and Humanity, Kaur Kirsimäe. I am a stranger on a earth, August Mikael Vooglaid. Human being as a flower, Loore Karilaid. My Huxley, Kertu Kändla. The winner is with prize €1,500, Reflections on the Meaning Crisis of Nature. Evelin Hermaküla. So, one photograph and microphone back to Tiit.
So thank you very much for bravery in the first place, and thank you for getting this event a little more interactive now.
And thank you for all participants. We cordially thank you.
So back to Tiit, I guess.
Congratulations to all winners, because winners we are. And now we have reached the last event of our venue, almost the last. This is a round table with all today's speakers, and as you could see, the conference title is When the Unthinkable Happens, and let us speak a little bit about this unthinkable, because what we do not know is often related to fear, to being afraid. And more we know, or more we are aware of what we don't know, the less afraid we are. And this is something worth keeping in mind. So please, all the speakers, get wired with microphones, and please follow me on a stage. Let me start with a story, because writers adore telling stories, especially when there is an audience who listens to them. So I went to the Church of Holy Spirit in Tallinn a few days ago, and to my surprise I was asked entrance fee of €3. And I wondered about that. A gentleman who was actually very kind, who worked there, said to me that, why don't you take it as a museum then? And suddenly it brought to me the novel of Michel Houellebecq, Having, and in original it's Anéantir. And in that novel, Houellebecq writes that Christianity has become something from a museum in Europe. It has some cultural value, maybe some sentimental value, and the churches can be visited and entrance fees can be paid, but that's that. And if we speak about the future world, say the world of 2050, and for you, for all of you, what is the role of religion, and especially Christianity in this world? Does it has any role at all? And Robin, if I may start with you.
Well, yes, Huxley distinguishes between religion of the ordinary mind, which is to do with ritual, with texts, with liturgy. The value of that kind of religion can be that it codifies good behavior, for instance, and can be genuinely helpful. But the difficulty with such religion is precisely addressing the question that was asked many times today: what do we do about it? What do we do about the machine? Because religion of that kind is part not of the outer machine that we were talking about before, to do with the internet and social media, but part of a hidden machine in us which is far more dangerous. It's to do with the mechanicalness of our intellect, the mechanicalness of our minds, the mechanicalness of language, which appears, sadly, when we speak, for instance, as I am now. Am I aware? Religion for the ordinary mind doesn't help us to do anything about the other machine that was talked about in very vivid terms. So what to do about us? And the perennial philosophy has a very clear answer to that. In order to do, we need to be. In other words, in order to do something about this horrible machine that surrounds us, we need to be. And the first step, again according to the perennial philosophy, is that I am not. I am not there. I am not conscious. To become conscious, I have to notice that I'm not conscious. I have to actually try to become open to consciousness. And then a different kind of religion becomes possible, a religion to do with being, a religion of awakening, which is hidden away in religion for the ordinary mind, as an invitation. It's Meister Eckhart, for instance, in Christianity. It's Jalaluddin Rumi in Islam, or it's the Kabbalah in Judaism.
Thank you. And Ville-Juhani, we spoke about shamanism and hidden animism in Finno-Ugrian blood. What role religion plays in your view in the future?
I myself am not a religious person, but I appreciate the Christian values like behind the Western culture. I think that's a tradition to continue, but what I'm afraid is that in the future the religion is coming back in the form of cults and different kind of like belief systems, and that's because we are beginning to realize that we don't have any rules. We can do anything, so we need the artificial rules. And I'm afraid that the artificial rules are made by these cults and different like fake religions, and that's going to be the future of at least one kind of religious thought. But I hope that we could actually retain more abstract values from our history and keep them, and not to be deleted by these new beliefs. But I think we at least need some kind of rules, and one of the set of rules comes from religion.
Thank you. Märt?
I think I'm in favor of Emil Durkheim's understanding of religion, and he thought that religion is just a way of organizing society, and in this sense there can't be any irreligious society at all. So we all live in a religion, and all these disputes are intra-religious or inter-religious disputes. So I don't think it's very productive to distinguish between religious and irreligious societies, because it's kind of way for a human community or society to function. It's such an obverse of society. And all those other attempts to define religion on the basis of the distinction of sacred and profound, sacred and profane, and natural and supernatural, they don't work in the last instance. So we can only speak of which kind of religion we are living in.
Thank you. And Paul?
Well, the only question that matters when you're talking about religion is whether it's true. It doesn't matter whether it has any social utility. It doesn't matter what your history is. The only thing that matters is whether it's true. So if you're talking about Christianity, the question is whether the incarnation happened and the resurrection happened. If they did, Christianity is true, and then you should orientate your whole life around it, because that's the event that changed the entire universe. And if it isn't true, then you should forget about it, because it's just a historical relic. What you can't do is go into the future with a Europe that has Christian values but doesn't believe in Christianity, because Christian values were built by Christians. And Europe became Christian because thousands of people died, were martyred, spent a century building the great cathedrals, wrote the music and created the icons because they believed it and because they'd had experiences of it. There's a lot of people around now, a good example would be someone like Jordan Peterson, who seem to be attempting to talk about Christianity without Christ. It's a waste of time. There's no such thing as cultural Christianity. And Europe is not going to be Christian if it doesn't believe. It's as simple as that. I was doing a bit of research into Estonia before I came, because I thought I'd better know a bit about this country I'm going to, and this is just from Wikipedia, so I could be completely wrong, but I did read that Estonia is one of the least religious countries in the world. According to one opinion poll, only 16% of people here believe in God, and 75% of people are not religious. Now, I don't know how reliable those figures are, it's only Wikipedia, but so if that's true, then you're going to find out what a non-religious future looks like. But what I would say is that the whole of Europe is marinated in the values of the Christian faith, and they are values which lead to things that modern people take for granted, like human rights, which only exist because we think all life is sacred and people are equal in the eyes of God and every soul is immortal. That's why we believe in human rights. Otherwise, what basis do we have for thinking anyone should have a right? Without that, you've only got power. All life is sacred, so we don't believe in suicide, and we don't believe in euthanasia. Well, that's all coming back at top speed. You should see the things that are happening in Canada at the moment. Children can kill themselves if they're depressed, by law. There's nothing to stop any of the things that we take for granted disappearing if we don't believe in the root cause of them, because without that faith that we believe is given to us by God, all we have is power. We just have power politics. So there's no reason for me to believe life is sacred if there's no God who tells me it. You can tell me it's human rights, but what do I care about human rights? I can do what I like. And this is what Nietzsche spotted a long time ago, and he was right, and that's why he went mad, because even though he hated Christianity, he could see what was going to come when it disappeared. So I think there's a throne at the heart of every culture, whether we know it or not. Somebody sits on the throne. We used to have Christ on our throne, he's gone. So someone else is going to sit there now. Something else. So there's no escaping that. So as I say, the only question that matters is whether this is true or not. And you can have philosophical debates about it, but what you actually believe is the thing that matters. And if you decide you don't believe in God or any of that so-called supernatural stuff, well, that's fine. Then that's the machine sitting on your throne, and then you're going to go and build your own God instead. That's how it seems to me.
Thank you. And now I'd like to speak about alternative, because we have spoken about the machine and dystopia and being aware of unknown, whatever it is, but what is the alternative to the present situation when we have a digital surveillance capitalism we don't even care about because it doesn't hurt and we are more or less addicted to it. And Paul, in his presentation and his answers, gave his answer. He said that limits is one of the solutions, be they personal or literally in a home yard. Imposing limits mostly to oneself, but maybe to some others as well. Another solution could be transformation. Peter Im Sorokin has said that the true transformation can be only religious. But a bad thing or a sad thing is that this transformation is accompanied by pain, so it won't come just by illumination. But Robin, what is your alternative to machine society, or your solution or way out?
Well, there's a little prayer in Ireland. Give us this day our daily faith and preserve us from belief. In other words, preserve us from the religion of the ordinary mind, because it can do an awful lot of damage when it's not maybe teaching us to behave properly. It can lead to mass murder, the Holy Inquisition. However, what is then faith? Faith is not something that comes from the head. Faith is something that has to do with experience. And the truth of that approach I can see through experience in the present. In other words, if it's true now, then it has truth, at least for me, in my inner world. Whether it has truth for others, God knows. But and why faith? It's to do with the idea of man the multiple amphibian, all the way from the ordinary mind to the clear light of the void. In other words, we don't need to look for any form of the divine outside in the stratosphere. It's actually buried in us, if only we are able to wake up to it. So the experience of that order, in other words, a different kind of consciousness informed by what we are deeper down, can immediately save us from the machine. Immediately now, if we wish, we can experience a state of non-attachment. And non-attachment is desperately needed to take a step back from the hypnosis that we're constantly in, and this addiction to this gigantic machine.
Thank you, Ville-Juhani. What is your alternative or way out from a machine, because we are already in there, surrounded by it?
And yes, and I think that's actually the answer, because as we mentioned, that many Huxley's books are more like philosophical play of ideas, not real alternatives. And that's something I also believe, that we have tried already to create an alternative, better world. And apparently we cannot do that. So we shouldn't actually try to create another world. We just try to live humanely, behave ourselves in this world we have created. So we actually should think the world we have created as the best possible of all the worst worlds we could create, and somehow try to behave ourselves like, maybe in a childlike way, to believe that this is the world we want to live in. And that's not a long-time solution. We're probably going to destroy the planet by living like this. But then at least, if we're going to do it, we can have fun at the same time a little bit. So it doesn't have to be pessimistic thing, dystopian thing, because it's not like we are living the end of the days. There's at least 100, 200 years, so why not use it somehow productively and then disappear?
As Evola said, when we live in the end of the days, we should ride the tiger. Märt, what about your solution?
To what?
Let's say to a machine or alternative.
I like machines. I have a kind of nostalgic feelings to all kinds of old machines I have in my country farm. I can't repair them, and it's a pity. And I think one of Huxley's important contemporaries, a poet of younger generation, W.H. Auden, he was mentioned here. He also expressed his nostalgia to all kind of mining machines and things like that. So I understand that you have in mind a machine in a more general and in a more sinister sense, but in such a more pedestrian way, I think that there aren't very many cultures who are able to make even the most basic machines. It's a kind of question we confront almost daily when the sanctions on Russia are discussed, because usually they import the high technology from Switzerland and countries like that, who have the ability to develop machines, which are able to make machines. But Estonia is on the lower scale of the ladder of these nations who are able to construct machines. It's not such that you learn from a textbook how to construct even a bicycle, but it requires apprenticeship. Robin was talking about it yesterday during the dinner, how it's organized in Switzerland. But of course, I switched now the topic to to something more basic.
Thank you. And Paul, you gave your answer, but maybe you have something to add, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I was talking about the creation of this machine earlier, and I think we can get the impression that this is something new, that it just happened with the Industrial Revolution, but it didn't. It's very old. There's a very good book by the historian Lewis Mumford called The Myth of the Machine, and he talks about this desire right throughout human history to create this very advanced technological society. The first one that he pinpoints is ancient Egypt, which he called a machine made of human parts, the human parts being slaves. We don't need the slaves anymore because we have fossil fuels and they do the jobs that the slaves used to do, but they're equally damaging in a different way. And actually he compared an Egyptian pyramid to a space rocket. He was writing in the 60s, just when we were landing on the moon, and he said both of these are machines made at enormous cost through very enormous use of resources and labor, which provide a path to heaven for the favored few. And I thought that was quite good. So we've got this impulse inside us to create these things. And at the moment, a certain type of society like ours can accelerate into creating machines whenever it wants to. And because we discovered coal and we discovered oil, and then we had an industrial revolution, we're able to create all this stuff. And when you can do that, you don't need religion anymore, so you jettison that because that's rubbish, and we've got science now, so we don't need it. But of course, now we discovered that it's eating everything. And so I think Robin's right, and Huxley was right, although I wouldn't have exactly the same perspective on it. It's, as I said, it's a spiritual matter, this. Hardo mentioned an essay I wrote a few years back called The Cross and the Machine. I became a Christian a few years back, which surprised me more than anybody else. But that turned out to be what was happening. But if you look at the Christian tradition, the ascetic tradition of Christianity and the teachings of Christ are the alternative to the machine. And one of the things I said in that essay is if you were actually living the way Jesus told you to live, you wouldn't be able to build this thing. Now, obviously, much of the church throughout history has not lived like that. That's been part of the problem. But actually, if you live that way, it's not possible to create this kind of society. And that's true of the Buddha as well, and that's true of many other religious teachers. So The alternative, I think, is that kind of ascetic tradition. But it's very hard. Of course it's very hard. It's hard for Christians, it's hard for everybody, let alone for everybody else. But there isn't, I mean, I've written about this for decades, and I don't think there is any society-wide solution to this. We're not going to come up with a great system, a great philosophy, have another revolution. All these things have been tried. And even Huxley's utopia isn't very convincing, even to Huxley probably. I mean, it's a nice idea, but you can't do it. You can only do it on the personal level at the small scale, because I think it's kind of the beauty and the tragedy of humanity is we keep trying to build our way out of reality. We keep trying to make ourselves gods. We can't live within the limits we've been given for whatever reason. Some cultures can, actually, but ours can't. So I think that's the only way out, and I think there are small communities that can do that as well. You can do that in communities and maybe even in nations. So that's the solution I've come to. But yes, it's hard work, but there's no way out of it.
But you mentioned the communities, and there has been a lot of talk about utopias and dystopias today. But actually, in human history, there have been some experiments, and even successful, at least in time, of utopias. And the first one which comes to my mind is a Jesuit republic from 16th to the end of 18th century. These were mostly Guaran Indians, and they managed to make disappear private property. Work was organized and voluntary, and the society was harmonious. There is a film shot in 1986, I think, called The Mission, and with Jeremy Irons and Robert De Niro. This is about the same republic. But can you find other examples, and what has been maybe the most successful experiment in human history, the most successful social experiment, the most successful utopia, something we can learn from, or something we can take as a good example, something we could rely on?
Well, to start with a bad example, possibly, there was Gerald Hurd, who invested his entire, all the money he inherited in his inheritance in a spiritual community just above the Hollywood Hills called Trabuco, and very sincerely tried to create a good community along the lines of what D.H. Lawrence had dreamt of, was his Rananim project in the First World War. And Gerald Hurd had to discontinue that experiment. It started in 1942 and finished after about 4 or 5 years. If the community had to close, however, some people were so touched by the time they spent there that they say it changed them for life. And one of the very active people there was Aldous Huxley, because he was also hoping that if we wish to be, it does help to be with others who are also trying to be. And in a small way, in small communities, one can then at least help each other in one's blindness to one's own, condition, and work together. In order to jump from there, of course, to Ireland, Huxley had to make a very daring leap. And he would have said, well, it's the Oneida community that inspired me a lot. That was a 19th century utopia community in the US. And then the Quakers, the Quaker movement. And then, believe it or not, the Jewish kibbutz, which made a massive impression. So those aspects fed into the community of Ireland, and Huxley would have been quite indignant had you said that it was a fantasy. He would have said, no, every element is tried and tested, and the therapy offered by the kids at the beginning, that's what my wife Laura does as a psychotherapist, and that's what my friend Milton Erickson does when he puts me in deep hypnosis.
Thank you. And Ville-Juhani, what is your example?
I have a very bad example, but to begin with, I have to say that all the utopias, I think, should be, they shouldn't come to real life because they are examples. You get few things from them and you can adjust them to the real life, but don't try to put the utopia as such into a reality because then everything fails. And now to the bad example of Finnish utopia in the beginning of 20th century, or actually already in the end of 19th century in Canada. There was this Finnish guy Matti Kurikka who traveled to, or he wasn't the first one in Canada, but they bought a small island near the point of Vancouver Island, and they tried to establish this Kalevala kind of utopia there with Finnish workers, and Matti Kurikka being some kind of like charismatic godlike leader to them. And it failed miserably. They got sick, they got killed. They didn't act in cooperation with the Canadian society, tried to escape it. So they didn't have any means to live, actually. They tried to fish, but the nets were broken and they didn't get new ones. So this was already too late to get back to the nature and live in the natural way. And they should be realistic. They should have to be realistic and live with the society. You can go further away from the society, but you shouldn't go away from it totally, because then everything disappears. And after 2 years, the utopian experiment was ended. Matti Kurikka went somewhere else. But there is still the island of Sointula there in Canada. I visited it some years back, and it's funny, there's still some people speak Finnish there after 120 years after the failed utopian experience. So these kind of things live quite long, but I think that was an example that don't try to do this at home.
Märt, do you have any examples? It's maybe not creative union, but something you like.
My knowledge of utopias is quite superficial. I think some years ago there was a very impressive book scheduled on the 100th anniversary of the October Revolution by Juris Ljoskin, this government's house. And it contains many reflections about sects and cults and utopianism in general. And his main point seemed to be that in order to have a kind of resilient, continuous utopia, you have to capture the sites of reproduction, which means family, so that a necessary precondition for it is some kind of religion. And the Bolsheviks were lazy in this sense. They continued this bourgeois family life and didn't take care of educating their children in the communist spirit. That was the reason why it lasted only 3 generations the most. And usually the cults have tried to, or those who have endeavored to develop a new utopian lifestyle, they have tried to practice promiscuity, which is we see it very often that the cult leader gets all the wives, and
this was, by the way, true also in the Finnish experiment in Sointula. So.
And there is the opposite way of asceticism or celibacy, total celibacy, but it's also not. You can't continue a community on the basis of that if you don't have children. So you have somehow to conquer or capture the family in order to have such a resilient utopia.
To transform the idea of a family, and now we reached an interesting point where Huxley actually says that this new brave world is against certain type of family. And
yeah, but he has a solution of reproduction in a totally artificial kind of having offspring.
Paul, you have traveled widely and lived in all sort of communities. Do you have a positive example of utopia, maybe even for a short time?
Well, you have to be careful with utopia, of course, because it means nowhere, doesn't it? Because it's not possible. But there are some societies that are better than others. I think you could see the whole of human history as an attempt to create perfect societies. It's not just something that happens at the small level. I mean, the Christianization of Europe is an attempt to create a perfect society based on the word of God. So is the spread of Islam. So is Buddhism, all the Buddhist countries of Southeast Asia. You could almost look at anything as an example of doing this. I mean, they're trying to create a Hindu nationalist paradise in India at the moment, the Hindu nationalist government. So you have centuries of religions trying to create perfect religious societies and often fighting each other. And then in the 20th century, when people give up on religion, they just embrace ideology instead, which performs the same role. And then so we have Bolshevism, communism, fascism, National Socialism. They're all attempts to create utopias of a certain kind, depending on what your values are, that you either think they're wonderful or awful. The problem with utopia, of course, is everyone's got different values. But on a smaller scale, since the 1960s, there has been a huge flowering of smaller sort of communities. The interesting thing about that is most of them failed. I've been to a few of those places and nearly lived in them, but I couldn't have managed it. I'm glad I didn't. I've spoken to a few people who lived in utopian communities that were created after the 1960s, and most of them fall apart. And one of the reasons is that they attract the sort of person who wants to escape society, and those people are usually quite independent-minded and don't like being told what to do. So if you put them all in a big house, it tends to go a bit wrong. Also, the free love experiment tends to fail. I think we know that the free love experiment doesn't work, except maybe in a very individual case. It's just generally, it's not a thing humans like. But I think that there's a book by Jonathan Haidt called The Righteous Mind that he produced many years ago. And as part of that, he quoted a study of intentional communities that somebody had done over several decades. And they studied them to see which ones succeeded and which ones failed. The only ones which lasted were religious communities, because they had a shared faith in something that was higher than them. And so that allowed them to put their individual differences aside and work for that thing. And actually, if you look at communities that are succeeding today, say, take the Amish in America. Now, you can either think that's paradise or hell, depending on what your view of the Amish is and what your view of living in a low-technology society is, but they're highly successful. And they've got a very high birth rate, and their community is holding together. The only societies in America that are expanding are the Mormons and the Amish and various other small Orthodox communities, while the rest of the society has a collapsing birth rate. This is the interesting thing about the machine, by the way. It might just extinguish itself because modern societies don't have enough children. So religious communities, because they have something higher than them that they believe in, it's not just about their individual desire, they seem to be the ones that work. The other examples would be some indigenous societies. Again, it depends on what your value system is, whether you think these are paradises, but there are some wonderful Native American cultures, or take the culture of Aboriginal Australia. That was there for 30,000 years, more or less unchanged in a very, very basic way, with very, very, very low, if any, technology, but extremely advanced kind of ecological and spiritual values. We can't go back to it because once it's broken, it's gone, and it wasn't our culture anyway, but it's possible. It is possible for humans to live completely differently to this, and for most of our society, we've lived that way. It's like less than 1% of human society has been urbanized and industrialized, and we think this is just normal, but it's a tiny blip. Maybe it'll go on for another 1,000,000 years, or maybe it'll collapse in 50 years, which seems more likely, but it's actually a very abnormal way to live. So there have been so many different ways to live. So anything's possible in that sense, actually. It's hard from where we are, but the notion that it's inevitable that we'll always be like this isn't true. So there's a million ways to see and live and experience, I think. And this is we think that because we have all this wonderful technology that no one's ever had before, that we're very advanced, and technologically we are. But in other ways, we're very narrow in the way that we see the world, I think.
Thank you. And my final question concerns this conference, because people have come and they have listened, and maybe they want to read further because they have found it all
intriguing and interesting. What is your personal recommendation of a Huxley's novel, a literary work, and essayistic work, maybe a single essay, two texts you would recommend to our audience to dig in or to start their journey in a company of Huxley? Robin, please.
Well, one of my favorites is an essay taken, I believe, from Adonis and the Alphabet. It's called Knowledge and Understanding. It's an absolutely extraordinary thing that shows the world of the ordinary mind subsumed under knowledge, and the hidden possibilities in us of a completely different kind of awakening and opening that he subsumes under understanding. That's one of my great favorites. And of course, I would agree Time Must Have a Stop is a fabulous novel.
Thank you. Ville-Juhani, what is your recommendation?
In spite I don't see Island as a good novel in an aesthetic way, I would still say that it's really good Huxleyan novel, and that's also the reason I don't make separate essay and fiction, because I think Huxley's idea was to blend them together. Sure. And that's one thing I'm also, me as a writer, trying to do. So I don't like idea of total fiction. I like idea of factual fiction and idea of non-fiction, and that somehow seems to be genre for this time of ours. And I think in that way, Island would be a good place to actually begin with Huxley, because although it's his final book, I think he has developed some kind of harmony in the world he describes and also in the technique he uses.
Thank you. Märt, what is your recommendation and the favorite?
I think it doesn't do any harm to get acquainted with Brave New World, although it's a book which can be summarized on 3 or 4 pages, I think. but still, it differs from Orwell's 1984, which you have read sentence by sentence, and you can't summarize it in a limited space. But still, the idea that of a society where suffering and unhappiness is made technically impossible is very fascinating. We have to come to an answer. Why not? If we are going to be offered such a devil's pact that we give up all unhappiness and strivings and sufferings against such a unending entertainment, then why we should not accept it? I think it's important to find an answer to this question. And on the essayistic side, my reading is not so far range, but I still enjoyed the Stores of Perception as a kind of light-footed and very strange book as well.
Thank you.
Not to recommend to do it at home, but still better to get acquainted with psychedelics from the pages of a book than directly.
Thank you, Märt. Paul, what is your favorite and what is your recommendation?
Well, I think 1984 is a better novel than Brave New World. It's probably not the right stage to be saying that on, but I do think it is. But I think Brave New World's understanding of what was going to happen is much better than Orwell's, because Orwell was fixated on totalitarian regimes, understandably, because of his experiences and because of what was going on in Europe when he wrote it. But Huxley could see further than that. And I think it's actually quite interesting. I did this recently myself when I was writing an essay on it, and then I was writing this talk, just to read Brave New World again, because everybody's probably read it, and even if they haven't, they think they know what it is. But it's worth reading it, and then just saying, okay, what did he get right, and what did he get wrong? And the things he got wrong, why did he get them wrong? and what actually is prophetic, and if this is broadly the direction of travel, what happens next. And it's worth reading Brave New World revisited in tandem with it as well. As I said, obviously they're dated books now, they're very old, so some of the politics and the technology is not relevant. But again, the broad picture of what's going to happen, the way that technology and pleasure and the kind of the stimulation of pleasure and mass manipulation through pleasure and addiction, that's pretty much where we are. And it's well worth reading it and saying, okay, what did he understand about this? What's right and what's wrong? And just leaving aside the actual historical stuff and comparing it to now. It's an interesting experiment. It's been a long time since I read The Perennial Philosophy, actually. It's probably worth reading that again as well, because I'm sure I wouldn't agree with a lot of it now. But again, Huxley comes to the same conclusion, which is it's a spiritual matter, and so therefore the inner work has to be the work that you do, and without doing that, it doesn't mean that there is no outer work to do in the world. It means that without doing the inner work, what you do is you just go out and reproduce the problems that you've created in the first place, which is why communism didn't work, right? Because if the communists had all been saints, perhaps we'd have a perfect system, but they were angry political activists, and so we had hell. That's how it works. So if you don't do the inner work, which it's a shame because it's very hard to do the inner work, but it turns out that's the way it is. That's the way it goes, I think. So, but yeah, I mean, as I said this morning, I think that all of those books are just still very relevant in a way that a lot of books written 100 years ago are just not. You know, you can still read Brave New World with a kind of shiver of recognition, I think. Unfortunately.
Thank you. And we have been rather mysterious about this Aldous Huxley Center dropping hints and clues. And now it's a time to read out a short, I'm tempted to say manifesto, but actually this is a one-pager describing what this center is and what this center is going to do. And it follows like this. The goal of a Tallinn International Aldous Huxley Center is to make sense of a rapidly changing world, formulate a new type of worldview, and promote free thought in a spirit of Aldous Huxley. The center's activities are based on a cross-disciplinary, comprehensive world vision. The values of a center are spirituality, freedom of thought, openness, respect, liability. The center's fields of activity are social sciences, ecology, spirituality, and creativity. Its members consider the ideological diversity important and treat different spiritual and religious traditions with respectful openness. The activities of a center are organization of humanitarian social studies, introducing and publishing texts related to Aldous Huxley's spiritual legacy, promoting the reading and writing habits of young people, conferences, courses and trainings, international cooperation with like-minded people, what you are here on stage. Thank you very much for this conversation and for your presentation and for coming, and it's never too late to be grateful. And so we are grateful to Estonian Business School to hosting this event, to Postimees, who has managed this wonderful bridge where people could see and hear the presentations without attending. And our organizing team, Kadi, Kaie, Hardo, and Andreas, and myself, would say it with relief. Thank you for coming, most of all. Thank you for coming, for attending, and I do hope you find something inspiring and something which could make your day brighter, so it wasn't only about dystopias. Thank you very much.
you.